Hello, hello! Welcome to a very special Joja announcement. We need to replace that dilapidated old community center. So we're here to help you come to terms with the need for this replacement. So that is our big goal for today's live stream. We are hoping to get the membership purchased, which will replace the community center and launch a new era of prosperity for Pelican Town as we improve the town the way Mayor Lewis was unable to do, all thanks to our friends at Joja. In all reality, what are we going to look to do? Well, we're going to get the membership. We do need to build a barn. We need to buy cows. We need to set up for summer plantings. We need to upgrade our fishing pole. We need to upgrade our backpack. And then start building sprinklers, which means we have 10 more levels of mining to get through. Hopefully all by Monday. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Call it 4 days because there is the flower dance today. If you were with us last time, we did a flurry of friendship gaining to get Olivia up to almost the 4 heart range. But we are 1 point away, which means as soon as we talk to her at the flower dance, we should kick that up and over 4, and we'll have a year 1 dance partner. Well, Pam is pretty close as well. That's pretty crazy. Merry Christmas, Yarrick. How you doing, my friends? Good to see you. You get done cooking burgers? Appreciate you, appreciate you. Yeah, Yarrick and a whole crew were running a fast food joint today on stream. It was pretty entertaining to watch. If you've never seen that kind of gameplay. Could you play that game single player? It looked to be like, without the 4 of you going, I think it'd be difficult. All right. Let's go ahead and before the flower dance, we have a few things we want to try to get done here. We do have chickens now, which means we should be able to collect eggs if they have started giving eggs or not. I don't know if they have yet. All right. We need to keep 10, one higher quality one. I know, right? There's just too many tasks to try to do simultaneously, from what I could tell. Let's see. Cucumbers, we have 10 of those. We'll keep 1 higher quality one. The rest of this stuff will sell. Now you'll notice we got a second. Figures. All right, where are we going to put flowers? Well, let's keep these 2 in here for right now. And then again, same thing. We'll go ahead and sell those off. Hey, buddy. All right, let's water what still needs to get watered. And I guess evidently finish picking our cucumbers. All right, we'll keep that one. We'll sell that one. Perfect. All right. Moving right along. Well, I gotta say, in watching the interactions you guys are having with each other were probably as entertaining as the game itself. All right. Hello, chickens. They're still angry with us, I think, because we forgot to feed them. So let's get that going, but All right, back to work. Now, our next automation task is we're going to have to set up our mayonnaise machines and such in order to get our eggs processing. And this will also be our last day of watering strawberries. Because once these get harvested tomorrow, we're not going to be able to grow another round in the season. So there's no point in watering them. So we'll be able to reclaim that time as well. All right, well, if you're with us live, this is our Christmas Day live stream. If you're watching the VOD, it might differ, but Merry Christmas to those who celebrate. Hopefully you're having a good time with your friends and family. All right. We are going to have to also move some of these things around because they're in weird spots. Now this we're going to plant tomorrow because once we harvest our strawberries, we can kill a strawberry plant and take care of that as well. Okay. Let's take nothing with us. It's probably a bad idea, but let's see why they're mad at me. Vic just looks grumpy. Well, that doesn't seem out of character, does it? Can't find the other ones. One wiggling around up there. Yarrick looks grumpy. Yeah, they get grumpy when you lock them in the chicken coop and don't give them food. All right. It's flower dance time. All right, two things we want to take care of. We need to buy the tub of flowers recipe, which is more money than I really want to spend right now. Right? It seems reasonable. And then we need to get the rare crow. So this is 3,500 gold. I was not planning on spending, but you do what you have to do. I wonder if Emily would dance with me. I hope so, Clint. I wore my best shirt for the dance. This sort of thing doesn't happen very often. Yeah, like once a year. Glad to see you here. Going to be dancing today? I hope so. These springtime dances can be traced back to the ancient fertility rituals. Smells so sweet. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Okay, so this first talk with Olivia gatherers give a great opportunity to talk to Caroline and Jody. All right, we're not going to pick that quite yet, but if we now look at her friendship level, you'll see we have 4 hearts as we jumped into the 5th heart category. So let's go ahead and ask her. Oops. Ask Olivia to be your dance partner. You want to be my partner for the flower dance? Okay, I'd love to. And we have a new friend. 1, 2, 3, 4. We gained a heart of friendship by asking her to dance. I did not know that was a thing. Actually, we gained exactly 1 heart of friendship. So we went from 4 to 5. Well, that's kind of cool. I can't tell you if that's in vanilla or not. I don't ever remember checking it. But it did just happen. Sweet wine, a babbling brook, warm air, and wine. Frog season. I'm here for the free cake. The strawberry jello is truly remarkable. Oh, cool. Hey, Deb, welcome to the chat. Yeah, I can't say I've ever paid attention. And I don't know, I'm trying to think of what percentage I even dance. I think about half the time I don't even bother to dance. So I'm giving up 250 points of friendship. Someday I'm going to be the flower queen. That's not fair. Why can't I be the flower queen? I think you should knock yourself out. Andy? Stuff is better than most of the food in here. Nothing like some ale with a leek. Flowers, I can hardly see them. Well, have Andy give you a leek. How about that? Just enjoying the scenery. I'm practicing my dance moves. It needs to be perfect. It's 5 years. I'm not ready to step off the throne just yet. So is tomorrow, Yark? Is tomorrow your expanded stream? Arnie looks lovely today. Love is in the air and I'm still single. We have a couple eligible bachelors there for you. I like dancing, but this one is a little stilted. The old timers really love it though. Don't be nervous. Okay, let us see. Still need to talk to Lewis. Don't think Morris is here. Very nice, very nice. Claire. I don't think Claire is here. Pierre's locked behind the desk. I don't see Linus. We'll do... Nope, there's Linus right there. Alright, we gotta go find Linus. Martin and the wizard. Hiding under the tree. Spring is almost over. What a shame. Yeah, it is a shame, but it is fun to move on to the new seasons. Alright, well, I think we have done everything we need to do. We got the recipe, we got the rare crow. So we'll work on both of those. Let's see if I can get them in sync with each other. She turns early. Does he turn later? Yeah, he turns later. Alright, I don't think I can get them in sync with each other. They turn at different points. Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. Let's dance! Let's see what Olivia wears. Does she wear the traditional? Oh, she did. She went with the traditional dress. I evidently don't know how to stand in a line. Yeah, if you guys want to check out Yarick, he'll be streaming Stardew Valley Expanded a lot tomorrow, so I'll throw his link in the chat there. Go give his channel a sub, that way you'll get notified when he goes live tomorrow. Alright, well that makes for a quick day one. Let's see if there's anything else. Actually, let's do a little bit of organization here. So let's pull out our equipment. So that's equipment. That's fish. Foraging. Okay, so this is our main chest. Fishing probably needs to get moved. Let's move it down there. There we go. What's this one? Deliveries tends to go over this way farther. Alright, so we'll move foraging over. And then I think I have to chop some trees here before too long again. Dunk, 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 dunk. All right, let's make this one minerals and gems. All right, so where do we have those all tucked away? Let's see, let's pull that out, that out, that out, that and that and that. Fish and oysters can go into the fishing chest. Or clams and oysters. Alright, minerals and gems will go in there. Put that back. We'll throw that in with equipment for right now. Okay, so that's all foraging. That's a fish. Monster loot will eventually get taken out of here, but for right now we'll leave it. Jade will go in there. Fish will go in there. Alright, so this is equipment. Let's slide it over. And that's fishing. Actually, I think we'll slide that over there. Equipment we usually make red. We'll make this a nice shade of blue. Minerals. I don't remember my normal mineral color. Go with orange for now. Forage we'll make green. And then this is our deliveries. Right now we'll make that a lovely shade of pink. All right, what do we have over here? Produce and seeds. Okay. It's a little bit more organized. Still needs some work. We'll probably have to take this tree out, clean some of this out, and then start setting up where we're going to create our first mayonnaise machine thing. Maybe right here. Probably end up moving those, I would guess. All right, but that is a project for tomorrow. All right, it's a pretty short first day, so we're just going to skip the break and roll right into day 2. With the flower dance, it didn't really give us a full segment, if you will. So we'll run a long first segment. Don't mind doing that. Bookseller. Living off the land. Fruit trees, we're aware. Nothing, not a good mining day, but that's probably what we'll end up doing today. I was checking your shipping bin. Pierre and Sophia had a large number of products to ship this morning. Well, I'll have a large number tomorrow. Getting situated here in Stardew Valley, and you're making great progress on Joja Expanded Farm. Well, thanks, Lewis. I need to walk over to Fairhaven Farm and check in Andy is shipping anything. He usually has high-quality forage from Cindersap Forests. Must be convenient to be able to forage in your backyard. I'll leave you to your farm work. Well, thanks for stopping by, Lewis. So an article about you in the local paper. It sounds like the country life is a good fit for you. I'm so proud of you. Take care, sweetie. Love, Mom. All right. So let's go ahead and continue with a little bit of organization here. I think we'll push these back off the road. We'll slide this one over here. We don't want it next to that tree, otherwise it'll start sucking the fruit off of it, although that wouldn't be a horrible thing. Let's see. That's equipment. And for right now, we'll put fishing there. That'll work for now. All right, we got our potato. Equipment probably should... Actually, what I should probably do is put this stuff over in one of these. because that's farming equipment. All right, let's see. Keep the gold one. Green beans wise, we'll keep one. Let's sell those off, and our one potato. All right, so farming. Keep those two, and we will sell that one. All right, clear, clear, clear. Now these have 2 days left in them, so 1, 2. So there's still one more harvest left in these 3, because we planted these a little bit later. These, though, if you look, these are going to be 4 days, right? 1, 2, 3. So they would actually harvest on the 1st, but they'll be out of season by then, so. But there's level 6. So level 6 means we can now make quality sprinklers. Or at least tomorrow, once we get the recipe. All right. So let's go ahead and keep 10 golds. Yeah, it's all right, but probably could just sell those off, but that's another 1,300. Yeah, we're gonna keep 10. We'll keep 10 of the good ones. It cost us about 600, but yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I guess if we wanted to reseed, let's sell that one. We'll sell those. If we wanted to reseed, how many would we want to plant? All right. We'll keep those for seeds. That's potentially 20-ish seeds. That'll work. What is this? Farming. And then we'll sell those for profit. Okay, now one thing we are going to do here, we're just going to take that guy out. And then we're going to grab wherever we put our coffee bean. There we go. And we're also going to come up here. Put that in there. All right, so there again, no reason to water any of these crops, right? Because they're not going to have another one. We'll keep these watered. We'll keep those watered. We want to water our green beans 3 days. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we can get one more green bean harvest. And we want to keep that ancient fruit going. There we go. The rest of that we'll just let dry out. All right, let's keep that in there. To the bottom of the mines is a mission. I think we'll pop into town, talk to Olivia, check the little board, see if there's any quests we can do there. And then we are at level 60, I think, in the mines. So we have... No, we're at 72. So we have 10 more levels to get to 80, which will get us to gold. And we basically have the next 4 days to do that. We want to try to get our stuff done by the time we get there. Now, we have plenty of iron. We need 70 gold ore, 66 gold ore, really. We also are going to need to make ourselves some more refined quartz. So let's go ahead and grab 7. That'll give us the 15 that we need. And then we might want to make more sprinklers because that's just going to be our blueberry crop. So I think, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, that'll give us plenty. So we'll crank those in there. And then that'll fire up as soon as... What do we have left? It looks like we're caught up on all the ore. All right, that looks good. Now, we can't give Olivia another gift, so we'll just say hi, but we're actually in pretty good shape now with friendship with her. All right, let's check. What do we have? Pelican Town 10-4. Okay, we're going to hit that one. We might be able to catch this one. Should be able to catch that one. And then Cinder Sap tonight. All right, let's take the southern route into town. We'll see if we can catch Emily and Haley when they're home. That might be the infamous Cushing conversation. That'll also trigger the Pelican Town. So we can knock both of those out. Swing by Pierre, swing by Olivia's, and then head to the mine. Last thing we should probably check before we take off here is... Oh, I wonder, does Robin sell the workbench? That might be a luxury we splurge for. It's 2,000. 2,000 gold. But we are going to have to make a mayonnaise machine. Wood, stone, earth crystal, and copper bar. We should have all that. Yeah, there's our earth crystals, wood, copper bar. Janet, good to see you. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're having a good holiday. Merry Christmas, if you celebrate such things. Or insert equivalent holiday or whatever you're into. All right. We'll trigger the generic Pelican Town one first here. Andy, as I said before, you can't ignore... No, you listen to me. What in tarnation is that supposed to mean? Well, the fact you use the word tarnation. Don't come telling me I owe more. I'm doing just fine with Fairhaven Farm. Don't you go telling me this bad news. It's out of my hands. The Ferngill government adjusts. Old school Merry Christmas, nothing wrong with that. I'm not hearing any of this. This will ruin me, you hear? Whoa, everybody heard that there, Andy. I thought this valley supported local farmers. The mayor of Grampleton isn't happy with this either. I'm in no way trying to... No, the answer is no. Tammy, welcome to the stream. I can barely afford my seeds for new harvest. I can't afford this at all. Andy is steamed. Merry Christmas to you as well. Everything will be okay. I'm going to divert funds from the not the festivals. I don't need no one's help. I don't accept handouts. I'll figure something out. Well, let's see. You don't want to pay, but you don't want to get help. This conversation is over. I'm leaving. Did he just tip his hat to me? Hello, you heard all that, didn't you? I think the whole town heard it, buddy. The Ferngill government is introducing new regulations. I don't think they understand the negative impact it's having on small communities like this one. That's why Joja is here to save the day. I've tried negotiating, but they wouldn't listen to me. Well, Lewis, I'm here to help. I'm aware Andy is struggling, but he isn't doing well financially. I don't know, he had a lot of strawberries. Rest assured, Deacon, Kendra and I are drafting an elaborate proposal. Can you do me a favor and check on Andy? He'll take his anger out on me too. Yeah, I'll check on him. This is most appreciated. Now does that, I don't think that triggers another cutscene, but have a nice day. Good luck on your draft. Yeah, see, there's not like a new thing here. All right, let's see if we can catch Haley and Emily. It is the infamous cushion scene. I believe. I think this is a Haley scene. Haley. All right, we have a potential friendship on this. Yeah, I have a couple here, but I don't know. We might break one out later. We'll see. I do the vast majority of work in this house. You know it. The problem is I can't get them to fit with my headphones. Oh, it's that new farm boy. He has a name, you know. I bet you understand my point of view here. Probably not. I'm really sorry to involve you in this, Deacon. Haley is complaining because I asked her to clean under the cushions. It's only because I cleaned them last week. How often do you guys need to clean under your cushions? That's the question. All right, you win. I guess this can be my job every week. Then there won't be any reason to argue over it. Weekly cushion ching. No, we had, well, yeah, we started a brand new playthrough, but it's going to be a Joja expanded. So we're doing Stardew Valley expanded with the Joja. So we wrapped up, last week we wrapped up our community center run and we hit perfection. So now we're jumping back into expanded, but we're going to do the Joja story. That's the plan. All right, so the question is, do we want to jump all the way out and talk to Andy to follow the story? We probably should. As much as I want to get to the mines. We'll go down and check on Andy. That way, if there's any kind of special dialogue, we'll get to see it. I don't know, Andy. You got as big a farm as I do here. What's that now? Lewis is going to draft up a new proposal? Good. That old geezer is doing something right for once. I have work to do. Leave me alone. Andy is now ignoring you. Well, okay. We got one line of dialogue out of it, I guess. I guess while we're in pseudo exploration mode here, we'll go ahead and swing by Sophia's house. See if she's out and about. I don't feel so good today. Sorry. Is that because nobody danced with you at the flower dance? Hopefully you'll be okay. All right. Into town we go. Let's see, we've got Pierre's store, I think. And then everything else we need either later time or a special item. Looking for a daffodil. Really, Shane? Welcome to Pierre's. How can I help you? Morris. Ahem. Come and get it, folks. Coupons for 50% off your purchase at JojaMart. 50%? Well, any takers? I don't think you have very loyal customers there, Pierre. But I can't match those prices. I'd be selling at a loss. Must be so difficult for you to lose your loyal customers like that. But can you blame them? Joja Corporation is clearly the superior choice. Soon the whole town will realize that. Oh, Pierre. Okay, let's see. I don't think we need anything. Oh, we should say hi to Pierre. Hey, have a wonderful rest of your night. Thanks for popping by. We will catch you later. We're very lucky to have a library in such a small town. When you're lost in a book, you easily forget the realities of your life. Hey, I overheard someone saying that you got your first chicken the other day. I wish Grandma had chickens. I'd eat a dozen raw eggs for breakfast each morning. You'd have to have quite a few chickens, but I suppose you could do that. Okay, we need to grab... Now, Olivia, are you home? Claire, Morris, and Shane. Olivia. A gold bar? That's a sprinkler right there. You gotta love that she's just throwing away gold bars. We'll take that, though. Alright, I believe Shane wants a daffodil for whatever reason. Which we have actually quite a few of. On the clock. Have a daffodil. Boop, boop. Different strategies for optimizing the arrangement of department stores. Joja is pretty firm about things being consistent between locations, but I wonder if I have some room to maneuver and try some new things out. Go for it, buddy. Alright, we don't have the 5,000 quite yet for the membership, but we will have it. Can't say that I know too much about Pelican Town. I should be going. Claire's edging away from you. All right. I think that's basically all of the maintenance-y stuff we need to get done. Let's go ahead and head up to the mines, I think. Yeah, the workbench is available. The question is, do I splurge and make crafting easier on myself early on? You know what? We don't even have the backpack upgrade yet. Let's hold off on that. We'll probably get it maybe by the end of the stream. But we do have a checklist of many things that we need to buy. So we'll hold off for right now. Yay, clay. The valley is in good hands with a revered adventurer like Marlin at the helm. Well, there you go. Alright, let's see if we can at least get 5 levels out of today. That would be nice. And equipment. Now we'd be at 80, but twice in the last 2 streams we were 1 level short of getting to an even 5. So that essentially costs us about 10 levels. And then once we get to our gold, and we're probably due to start considering our next set of tool upgrades, which are 5,000 apiece. There's always something. All right, if we want, we can now make our second glowstone ring. There we go. Now we have some decent light, good magnetism. Shouldn't have to go chasing after stuff, which is helpful. Anything to the south? Yeah, we'll go ahead and grab as much iron as we can, because again, we're going to use up some for sprinklers. Looks good. We're about to level mining as well. That'll be nice. Boink, boink. Actually, the floors have not been too bad today. The old bone sword, 20 to 30. Plus 4 speed. Do we switch over? Ooh, 'tis quicker. And then we got another one. Too bad you can't dual wield. That'd be a cool mod. Dual wielding your weapons. Boink, boink. Okay. Like I said, actually we got to 75. Maybe we will get 10 today. We can get 10 today. That'll set us up to be able to start tomorrow with actually going after gold ore. Because getting there is one thing, but we do need to actually then mine the ore as well, so. Alright, we'll keep the insect head. I have a fondness for the insect head. That is more of a... Oh, where's our salmon berries as well? 50 or 25. But yeah, I do a little bit of nostalgia with the old insect head. It's our first kind of powerful weapon that we pick up. Oh, there's the exit. That's nice. And there's that magnetism kicking in, which is definitely nice as well. Don't have to worry about leaving stuff behind as much. And here we go, looking again. Little bonus iron ore popping out. Take that. I also think this sword has a longer reach than the insect head. Wink. Alright, well, I guess we'll start at the bottom and start working our way back to the top. And just hope we pop an exit. Perfect. Firewalker boots. Now, I don't think the red goes that well with our blue outfit, but the +3/+3 is hard to deny. Hey Nancy, how you doing? Merry Christmas to you, my friend. Hope you and Victus are doing well. Alright, now we're not going to get 10 more levels, or 5 more levels out of this. But hopefully we can get some... So the accessing the remote chests is the mod, chests anywhere. And then, I don't know what the default key is. Hold on, let me see if it's changeable or not. It's set to B for me. So I don't know if that's, is that the default or not. I don't remember, but you press the B key. And that pops up this interface. And there's two columns, right? There's the individual chests, and then there's categories over here, right? Like if we go to the Blue Moon Vineyard, it will show us all of the chests at Blue Moon Vineyard. This is all of the chests in our farm. You can make custom categories, which we will probably do tonight. I'm due to upgrade this. Now, from that being said, if you press the up and down arrow keys on your keyboard, that'll change categories, and if you press left and right, it'll cycle through the chests, right? So that combination will do it. I think in the next segment I'll do an update. I'll show you how to update this as well, but those are all the default hotkeys to make that happen. Hopefully that answered the question. Alright, it's 12 o'clock. Let's go ahead and... we need as much money as we can get, so we'll head home. Oh, look at the light! 2 rings is nice. Yeah, in the next segment, I'll show you how I set up the categories to make it easier to work through. Now that we're slowly starting to get things set up. Do, do, do. One o'clock. We leveled, so I'm not too worried about the energy. We'll be fine on that front. Alright, we'll drop that off in there. Now, are those changes all from the medieval update? Because I saw all the different huts. So if that's where they're from, that's kind of cool. All right. Hedge fence, cheese press fence. Oh, that's cool that they made the... Now, do you get to select which one you pick, or is it random? Level 6 mining? Wow, my mining is usually not that high, so... All right, and we made 10,000, so that helps the money a little bit. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here. When we get back, we'll take a look at the Chest Anywhere, how we set that up. We'll also start to figure out, we got 14,000 now. We have to save 10,000 for blueberries. So that gives us, we have about 4,000 now. If we wanted to do the backpack upgrade, or do we want to wait for the Joja membership? We'll think about that. All right, give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I've popped back out to the loading menu. We're going to jump into our last Stardew Valley expanded stream here. And we're going to take a peek at how we set up our storage there. And then we'll see if we want to make any changes to that or modify it any at all. Now, a couple of things that I do, because it does alphabetize your chests and your storage, there's some things you can do to make that happen. So, if we open up our storage here, you're going to notice that we have auto collect, production resources, storage, fishing, equipment, farming. We've got the island stuff, we've got remote locations, and then just some default categories. So I'm going to go ahead and write these down. We've got 0 auto collect. We got 0 auto collect 2. Now what that was is like auto collect is the stuff we did daily, and auto collect 2 was non-dailies. So we might make a collections daily, collections whatever. So we have 1, which is production. Lavender Hayes, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. We've got resources. Now, the reason they're numbered is that way it will put them in the order that I want them in. Otherwise, it just alphabetizes them. So 3 is storage. 4 is fishing. 5. Equipment. 6. Farming. Then we had 10 was the island. And then 50 was remote locations. I don't know if I'm going to use this exactly, but it's a decent setup. Okay. So if we start to look through these, the way we had it set up before is we have the chicken coop, ducks, camels, pigs, cows, bears, rabbits, our money trees, our Junimo huts. That's all auto collection. And this one, we've got our tea, our tree farms, our honey, our mushroom cave, our coconuts out on the island, our trees out on the island. Our battery was our lightning rods. We've got our jade manufacturing and Sophia's trash all kind of kicking in there. Oh, there's Scarlet's trash as well. Production, you know, again, this was our cheese presses, and actually we had cheese presses, mayonnaise machines. Oops. We've got our loom, and we've got our loom and our spinning wheel all in that one. That's our kegs to make coffee. Those are our shed kegs for wine. Our casks in the basement, cask in the thing. Our oil maker, our preserve jars, our winery, our fish smoker, our butter maker, our furnace, our dehydrator. All that was in production. Resources is just all of our general crafting, foraging, gems. I might just change that to storage. Monster loot's in there. This is mostly just other types of storage. That's non-crafting storage. And then we've got a fishing. We've got our tackle box and our fish and our expanded fish and stuff there. Our equipment, our support equipment, our gear archive. Farming, we've got our seed vault, our crop vault in there. Island is just our farm storage. So that is how we had it set up before. All right, let's go ahead and jump back out of here. And we'll go back into this version. And while we're doing that, let's go ahead and do a quick shout out and thank you to all of our channel members. You guys are awesome. At our gold crew, we've got Nancy Victus and Yarrick Plays Gaming. Our steel crew is made up of Adara, Amp, Lydia, Mitchell, Sean, Wally, and Yoshi. Copper, 84 billion, Amanda, Crystal, Debbie, Dragon Lord, Dreas, Dreadnought, Janet, Jojo, Lux, Miss Shelley, Jamie, Princess Sibia, Shuggy Pie, Guffy, Artsy, Koala, Wolfie, and Z. Also, Amp, Lux, Lydia, Nancy, Queen Fish, Victus Videos, Vimzon, and Yarrick have all given gifted memberships to other people. So we thank you for that as well. Okay, So now what we have to do is we have to say, where do we want to do, you know, the same type of stuff? Now, we don't really currently have anything set up for auto collection, but we do have the start of our production. So we're going to move the furnace over to a category called production. I think we're going to make this, we'll make this, you know what? I'm going to do like I've done before. We're going to do by tens here. So we're going to make this a 20 and call it production. And we'll start this at most likely 150. Okay, so now you'll see over here, there's a new category, and the only thing in it is our furnace, right? So if we want to put anything else in there, we could, but we don't really have, actually, this usually goes into production as well. So we'll put that in production, and I always tend to put that at the bottom, so we'll give it a 999. So we can affect the order here by the order number, right? Or otherwise it defaults to alphabetical. Okay. I think we have enough to get started on some more of these. So we've got 2 collections, production. I think we'll put in 2 storage. Let's just do a storage. So we're going to put our resources into storage. We're going to make this a 30. And then we're going to put, I think foraging will come next. We'll make this a 110. I need to document this. Let's see. 10 is going to be collection daily. 20 is going to be collection long term. I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, I've seen other ones that work differently. How you doing, Victus? Good to see you. I'll make a 40 for bulk storage. I think we'll make 50 equipment. We'll make 60 fishing. We'll make 70 farming. That'll probably get us going for now. Okay, let's see. What else do we want to move? Minerals and gems. Now, since I've just typed this stuff out, I can copy and paste it in. We'll make this a 130. All right, deliveries, equipment, farming, fishing, and seeds. All right, so let's move down to equipment. And again, right now, we really only have 1 chest in some of these. But this way, we'll get our categories set up. And then when we add chests, we can add them to the correct sections, right? So that'll be our equipment. All right, so next is going to be fishing. Oh, not deliveries. Fishing. And we'll just call this fish for now. We'll make that 110. The tackle box will become number 100. All right, what else do we have here? Farming. We're going to change this to crops. And we'll make this category farming. And then we also want to grab our seeds. And we'll make this 100. So now it's seeds and crops. And then our last thing here is deliveries. We're going to put that into, I think, bulk storage. It's stuff we don't access very often. Let's call it bulk storage instead. All right. Storage, bulk storage, equipment, fishing, farming. Okay, so now what we can do is we can go up and down through the categories, right? So I can go production, and then I can go left and right through all the production stuff. Storage, resources, minerals, bulk storage, equipment, fish, seeds, crops. And if you keep these within reason, like if the lists don't get too long, you can actually get through it all pretty quickly. Okay. Cool. That's done. It's Pierre's birthday. What should we give to Pierre? Blue jazz, carrot, cauliflower, cookies, cucumbers, daffodil. I think he's getting a daffodil. We have quite a few of those. All right, let's get the day started. It's 6 o'clock. We haven't accomplished anything. So depends on what you mean by auto store. There's a couple, I've got a couple different things going on. So let me pull out, let's say I pull out one of each of these. I've got this version that just throws everything into the chests that are nearby. It acts kind of like the this button here. That's a different mod called convenient inventory, and I've got that set to the tilde key, but I don't think that's default. The other one though is it's the same as what's already on the interface, just add to existing stacks. And then I can also lock stuff as well. But that's a mod called Convenient Inventory. So that's what that one is. I haven't really ever looked at those things. Okay. Let's get some watering done here, which will now be far less than what it was before. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. It doesn't make a huge change, but it is a good change. It just saves you going chest to chest to chest and pressing a button. You just go to just press the button once if you're in range. Hey, the chickens don't hate us anymore. Which means they probably have eggs. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, we missed one. All right, which means our number one task today is evidently to talk to Marnie. Now that you own farm animals, I thought I'd let you in on a little secret. Okay. They won't wander out of the fenced areas on your farm, so you're free to leave them open. Oh, that's that means they won't cross this boundary right here. That's a Stardew Valley expanded thing. Okay, those two are watered. We need to water these 3 because they still have 1 harvest in them. The rest of these we won't harvest. All right, what do we get? So let's go ahead and sell. We'll sell 1 white egg, 1 brown egg. And I don't think we have enough wood. I believe so. Yep, it's watered. That would, yeah, that would suck. All right, we need some wood for another chest and a mayonnaise machine. Chop, 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 chop. Swap over to our scythe, which we probably put in farming. Hey, Merry Christmas to you too, my friend. How you doing today? Good to see you, M.Reels. Let's see, for right now. Oh, you're good. It's all good. Ugh, that does not sound pleasant. Oh, Firebug. The happy recipient of yet another Yarrick Plays Gaming membership. Everybody go check out Yarrick Plays Gaming. He's going to be doing some Stardew Valley Expanded tomorrow. So here's what I'm thinking. Jump over there right now. Drop a sub. And that way, when he goes live tomorrow, you'll be notified. Assuming you set your notifications. Correctly. Yeah, I know it's hard to keep up. I wish I could watch everybody that I wanted to watch, but I'd be doing nothing but watching streams. So I try to cycle around and check out as many as I can. Sometimes watching multiple ones at once, which is kind of crazy. Sort chests? I'll have to take a look at that one. I heard there was a Switch update coming, so... How you doing, Shiloh? Good to see you. Okay. We have some wood now. So we need to make another chest. Let's throw that on the ground, evidently. Let's throw that there. Let's see. So we need wood, stone, we need copper bars, and we need earth crystals. I think for right now we only have 4 chickens. We can get away with 1 mayonnaise machine. So let's put that right here for right now. Lisa, good to see you. Merry Christmas to you as well. All right, so this one is going to go into production. Uh-oh. Did I... Hold on. 20 is production. All right, well, I got my numbering a little bit off. Do I want to update it? We need... The question is, do I want to make 2 collection categories like I did before? Or we could make collection 0, but I'd like to start at 10. Let's see. So right now we have 10 for collection. Actually, I don't think we need 2 collection categories. Let's just go with 1. So production is good. Okay. Talked myself out of it. So I'm going to change this one. Hold on, Excel's getting all flipped out here. What did you do? Chart. No, we don't need a chart. Undo that. There we go. Undo. Okay. Production. Okay, so this new chest is going to be right now mayo and cheese. Now, sometimes we change these as we move forward. And we don't have cows yet, so it's definitely not going to be cheese right away. But it'll do the trick. All right, and then we'll grab our eggs. Well, mayo and cheese are either yellow or white. We'll go white. There we go. The mayonnaise machine is up and running. Cool, cool. And we are out of energy. So... watered, watered, watered. Those are watered, and those are all watered. We've got Pierre's birthday. And we have... traveling cart. Hey, Hunter, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Hope you're having a good holiday. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go check the traveling cart. Although at this point, I don't think we're really looking for anything. We got our coffee beans. That's not a bad purchase, but yeah, I don't think we're going to bother with any of that. All right, so we'll swing by and see Pierre. I think we'll give him a daffodil. What do we have? I don't think I want to really... Yeah, this is birthday. What do we have for crops? Do we have a lot of golds? We don't have a lot of the things that he likes. So I think we'll go with the daffodil. Question is, do we want to go with the silver or the gold? I think I'm gonna give him the silver. Well, hopefully you can relax a little bit. Get a chill vibe going for the rest of the day. All right, let's check. Okay, we need to hit Cinder Sap later in the day. At some point here. Lewis is on the move. All right, what's on the little board here? Looking to bring me 8 gold ores. Now that is far more doable right now because we just made it to the gold levels, which is probably where we're going to end the day today. You can't. Until the little guys, you should join us. Join us. Happy birthday. Yeah, not too bad. It was just a liked gift. We don't have a ton of loved gifts. Olivia and Victor do spend a lot of time at home. All right, where is our friend Olivia? In the cellar. Hello. You lost 30G. Sorry to hear about your stocks. We mostly hung out with family and spent time with each other. That's the main thing for us. I'm pushing most of my Christmas stuff to my next computer upgrade, which I need to do. This one is starting to struggle at times. Nothing horrible, but I'm due for an upgrade. All right, let's ditch that. Throw that in there. Let's grab the... hopefully, sorry to hear you're having a bad Christmas. All right, we put the hoe in with the seeds, yeah. Yep, that's what's most important. Hey, look, another ancient seed. Yeah, if we get that in, we can still get a few crops out of that one. 2 ancient seeds in the spring. I do love the music for sure. I think there is a outside chance we could see it in the spring. My prediction though is more we're not going to see it until I think it's going to be a year. All right, let's get some food in us. Yeah, I can understand that. All right, let's swap out for our sword. What is that? Oh, it's the old rusty sword. Probably sell that. Copper's not really what we're looking for here. We'll grab those though. They give XP and rocks, which is nice. Stone. Yeah, the change in age of your kids can make a big difference. Put that in there. Oh, when I go, I tend to go big. So it'll be a significant purchase. Oh, the thumbnails. It is a combination of me in Photoshop, but the core of it is coming from Gemini. So I use Gemini to do a lot of the poses, and then I work out some of the more intricate details that it just doesn't do. So it's a little bit of AI, a little bit of me for those. Yeah, it was always a struggle because the in-game character doesn't have enough detail to do expressions and stuff like that. So I'm trying to play around with the expressions and see if we can get more stuff like that. But chink 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 chink. But yeah, I think it's adding to the thumbnail a little bit. I like it. They do grow up too quick. Both of my kids are adults now, so. Foraging will drop you off. Nothing wrong with a round of hugs. Definitely taking more damage down here. Yeah, both of my boys have graduated and moved on as adults now. Or graduated from high school anyway. I live by the philosophy you're only as old as you behave. I mean, I'm literally playing a game right now. Don't know if it's the most adult thing to do, but keeps you young. Perpetually 27. That's what I shoot for. I like 27. Yeah, the build I'm looking at right now has an Asus board. But yeah, it'll be a significant, and I'm going to build a, well, I'm not going to build it myself. Actually, I'm talking to a company that I'll probably have do the build for me. I priced out their builds, and while it is more to have them build it, it's not a lot more. Yeah, a clean wiring job makes a big difference. We'll throw that in there, throw that in there. Okay, I think we need to make a monster loot chest. We're starting to get enough monster loot. We'll have to move that over as well. But no, it'll basically be mostly cutting edge stuff. Because when I build it, I have to build it not only to play games, but I want to be able to run Premiere Pro, Photoshop, a bunch of editing software, Unreal Engine, development software, things like that. So it'll be robust. We'll put it at that. But it'll be a good investment. I can do what I need to do on my current machine. I just can't do it as fast as I would like. And that gets frustrating. When you're trying to be productive and you're sitting and waiting for something to happen. I don't like that. Wow, look at the fiber. I like that the one guy just runs away. Okay, we've got to get the backpack upgrade. Two exits. Alright, I think this will probably be the last level that we do here. Let's go grab the rest of the gold. And then we'll call it. Run, little man, run! I don't think we leveled anything, though. Maybe combat. Yeah, we might have leveled combat. Okay. If we did, then we'll get our full energy tonight. All right, we have one thing we need to do when we get back to the farm. So we're going to have to kind of move quick because I want to get that ancient seed converted and planted. $110. We're doing okay. All right, so we should have put that in farming. Pull that. That can go in there. Grab the hoe, grab the watering can, and we'll just plop it. That's the axe, not the hoe. Doink. Pop it there, water it, plant it, and we're good. All right, let's drop that off in equipment. Actually, we're gonna need that tomorrow morning. Hey, we pulled it off. What do you know? Okay, I think for this build, last time... Question is, do we set up for the eventual big hit sword hammer, the monster cleaver, whatever that big sword was? Because if we're going to do that, we want to go scout acrobat, because that will cut that special move down. If we're going to stick with swords, though, we'd be better off to go fighter. I might take long-term. Let's take long-term over short-term, so I don't have to change it. We'll go ahead and pick scout. All right, 2 days left for spring. All right, we will take a quick break. I think we got one more strawberry harvest, and then we'll start setting up for our summer seeds. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, welcome back. I hung up some Christmas stockings. How about that? That'll give it a little air of the holiday spirit. I forgot to put them up. All right, well, we got Annoyed Spirits. We got Emily's birthday. What would Emily like? Could hook her up with one of those. I think we got some extra topaz. Yeah, I think she'll get a topaz. We really probably should wire that up so that it auto collects. Got 2 topaz right now. All right, so that'll go to Emily. Need to water here. Need to water here. Those don't matter. Water those 2. And then those don't matter anymore either. Yeah, we'll just sell those. So let us go check on the chickens. Hello, my friends. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4. How did we get 5 mayonnaise? Oh, I think we had 6 eggs because I sold 2. Okay, so something we need to do here is let's do a little bit of cleanup here. And at one time we had a sap over here I don't think we collected, but maybe we did. Oh, maybe not. Alright, same thing over here. Let's get this cleaned out. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we can cut out the stumps. Thank you. I didn't even think about it. Now that we have the new axe. We'll get a couple harvests out of it. And then we'll have to go looking for summer trees on the farm. What did I just cut down? I think I cut down a tree I did not want to cut down. Hold on. May have just made a mistake. We might start today over. Let's see. Yeah, we don't want to cut that down because I don't want to wait. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I was just in we must clear all these trees mode, but didn't even pay attention it was a fruit tree. That's all right. We didn't lose a whole lot there. Not too worried about that. If it were made to the end of the day, I may not have restarted that one. All right, let's grab that. Let's grab that. Let's go take care of this right now. Let's water that stump for some reason. And then we will have our nectarine there and our nectarine here that we'll be able to get to for summer. Nothing wrong with that, Nancy. All right, that's done. We'll keep those for food as well for right now. Hello, my little chicken friends. Mayonnaise going. And now we'll be a little more selective when and not overzealous in our tree chopping here. we go. That'll let that grass spread into those areas. So I think it's that one. Yeah, that's our orange tree. Don't want to miss the luau. Alright, so that tree stays. Take out the birch. Yeah, that's what I normally do. I'll also move them into a greenhouse, or last time I put them out on the island and just let them grow out there. But yeah, in the first year, by the end of the first year, we'll have the whole kind of area cleaned up, and then we'll move them all. All right. We need... Nice. I debated on, and I still might, I haven't decided yet. I've thought about going over to one of the Joja greenhouses for this playthrough, as opposed to the Frontier greenhouse. I like the Frontier greenhouse. It's a good greenhouse. But I am tempted. Maybe to Jojify up. We've also got some like Joja house borders and stuff like that we could add. So much debris. I think you can, but for the most part, not really. Laptops are usually done by manufacturers. Yeah, laptop-wise, you mostly just have to get what kind of exists. All right, let's see. More fruit. More fruit. Chop, chop, chop. Yeah, I see that cherry tree as well. We just can't get to it. That one I think is a out of season. That's a fall tree. So we have a little bit of time before We need to get to that one. Let's work our way down. Well, it's looking like today. Yeah, we won't cut that one down. We'll just leave it there until fall. I can't get to it anyway. I need an axe upgrade before we can get to the... cut those logs down. So it's not going anywhere. All right. Clear. Dump that stuff. I turned a standard into a four corners. That seems crazy. Okay, let's see. This feels like there's something else I wanted to do on the farm. I don't remember what it was now. Ooh, cut that one close. But today's turning into a farm cleanup day. I've still yet to do a four corners run. It's definitely one of those that I want to do. All right. The first of our upgrades are in place here. We need to get more gold. Nope. That's just how they have naturally worn away. It does say PJCP, if that means anything to anybody. But no, these have just been slowly working their way. Mia Hart, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. All right, we have 1, 2, 3. We're going to call it 4. 4 more sprinklers in place. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need 25 more ore. All right, let's go see if we can find Emily for her birthday. What are we going to give her? That topaz. What do we do with that topaz? There we go. Does it say something else? Oh, it almost does look like it says poop. If you really connect some of these things. Yeah, that's just, we just let the crops die, or we finished harvesting them, we just never replanted. It does kind of look like poop. All right, let's go ahead and let's go see Emily. There you go, Yarrick. I like that one. I'm just going to take that one out. Okay, that's all relatively clean. Can we make... Oh, look at all the flowers. It's a good flower day. All right, we can make tappers. So what we need to do is we need to get some fir trees tapped so that we can start collecting fir wax. So that when we finally get to the point where we have the resources to build the premium coops and barns, that's not a limiting resource. So that's probably something we should do in the next few days, in game anyway. All right. It is still your birthday, right? Spring 27. Not too bad. All right, 8 o'clock. All right. Well, it's been a bit delayed, but I think we have some chickens to fire up here. What do you think? Let's go ahead and get some warm-up going. Yeah, Pam's not responding. She's already had a day. There we go. You know the drill. Spam them if you got them, my friends. Mateys, yo ho, ho ho ho. Just get that Prairie King action going. Good luck on that on the holiday themes. More Prairie King. This time, yeehaw! All right, Sam, what do you got for us? Nope, that song. There you go, Sam. Sam tried to play the wrong song. More cowbell. Rock and roll. All right, get your shout outs out there. Luminous gets a gifted membership during a chicken rave. Does it get any better than that? I'm not sure that it does. Thank you again, Yark. We do appreciate it. All right. I think we talked to everybody in here. And unfortunately, I don't think we can really get into anything else in town here. So we'll intercept a few people. And I don't think... Oh, we can get in here. Lewis, how you doing? Oh, what did we get? Another orange tree. Ah, we got a Stardew tea on the horizon. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do with that. If we get it planted... Sees you, but chooses not to say anything. Oh. Well, Andy, quit being such a grump. By the time we get this planted, we get like 2 days. Yeah, we'll store it. Yeah, a 16 gig of RAM, depending on those graphics, theoretically that should actually play Stardew relatively well. You don't need a ton of RAM for Stardew. Alright, what do we got? We got summer. We got summer. Well, we got carrot seeds that we don't have time to plant, but that's okay. Alright, let's keep cleaning up the farm. And we'll see what we can get cleaned up here. I don't think there's any fruit trees up here. Nice mahogany tree. $10.30. $5, $6, $7, $8. Chenille. Might as well. Doop, doop. All right, we have a fir tree there and a fir tree there. We might just leave those. Because if we leave those, we could get tappers on them. Maybe we can get some more planted. Because I don't really do much with this space up here anyway. Alright, there's still some stuff to clean up there, but we're out of time and out of energy. Not too bad. Alright, something we need to make sure we start doing though is selling our mayo. There we go. What other houseplants do we have? Can I sell all these? A topiary tree. Yes, please. There we go. Mystery boxes. Yeah, if they've got a pseudo modern day NVIDIA video card, you're probably good there. All right, I'm 99% sure I'm going to go foraging skill. I normally do the gatherer because then we go to botanist. Syrup's worth more, I don't care. All trees have a chance to drop hardwood, I don't care. 25% more wood, pseudo nice, but I don't care. Double harvest foraging that are all iridium quality. That's what we're going to go with. And you guys know me. If you click on the moon 11 times, you get the magic monocle man in the moon. Which is kind of nice. Alright, thank you, mayonnaise. Making us some money. Last day of spring. Yeah, as long as you have as good or better than what they asked for, it's fine. Also keep in mind you can play things on lower settings and usually make it work. Yeah, it's probably be okay if it's pseudo modern. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back for the last day of spring. All right, welcome back. Yeah, no worries. Feel free to ask away. 5070 is a good GPU for a laptop, Nancy. That's rocking there. 5070 will play just about anything you'd want to play in today's day and age, at least at some level. I mean, there's some crazy cutting edge stuff out there, but all right. Let's see. There's really no reason to water those. There's no reason to water those. Really, the only two things we need to water are that and that. That we can just take out of there. All right, I think we need to make another gold run here. I like Asus stuff. Oh yeah. I mean, you can still play a 2000 series will still play a lot of stuff. It depends on how crazy cutting edge you want to get, but game manufacturers know that they can't make you can't make your game so it'll only play on the latest and greatest hardware, otherwise your audience would just be nobody to buy it, or nobody would play it. Alright. So they have to be a little bit reasonable. MSI, Asus, I mean, basically any of the major manufacturers, you're not going to go wrong. I mean, there's subtle differences between them. And if you get to the really high-end stuff, you could maybe make a case for some things, but yeah, it's when you start to measure things in milliseconds, you might notice. Nice. Up until actually about the last 30 years, every computer I've owned, I built myself. Even my kids' computers, I built them. But last time I got my kids' computers, I just bought them. It was far less headache on my part. Okay, here's what we're going to do today. We are going to grab some wood. And grab some copper here. We're going to go ahead and make 2 tappers. And we're going to tap these 2 fir trees up here. We'll finish this cleanup job here. And then I think we'll head to town. I say we buy the Joja membership. That's 5,000. Buy the backpack upgrade. That'll be 7. And then yeah, it can be tough when your normal rhythm gets interrupted. Okay, so I see another opportunity here if I can get to it. Alright, I can get to it. Let's go ahead and grab... One, two... Alright. That gives us 3 fir trees that are tapped. And then we can just slowly start collecting fir wax off those 3. Now the other thing that we could do here, let's go ahead and check. Fir cone. We have a few. Doink, doink. Okay, that gives us a little bit of infrastructure now. And then we've got this growing. That'll get us so that we can get our premium coops and barns. It was kind of a Christmas shirt. I'll give you that. All right. I'll wear it for the spirit of the holidays. That's fair. All right, let's dump that, dump that. Take that with us. Take that with us. All right, no birthdays. Let's head to town. We'll make a couple purchases and then we'll go see if we can get some more gold to make ourselves more sprinklers. Summer squash. I put an earth crystal above the mantle. Shane's been asking us for a lot of stuff. Homework for weekend. Looks like I'll be pulling another all-nighter. Don't do that. Spring is ending soon. Alright. Let's go ahead and get this purchase done. The next one, I mean, we could afford right now, but we have other things that we want to spend our money on. So we'll go ahead and hold off on the second backpack upgrade. Oh, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I upgraded, tore a computer apart. Oh, okay, that I'll have to look up. I don't know Intel numbers. Oh, man, Olivia, you are hooking us up. I almost want to put a chest out here and just collect her stuff. That's another sprinkler right there. Well, Intel 5 is probably the main chip. The graphics card is either onboard graphics or it could be an NVIDIA. Did we talk to Olivia? No, we just cleaned out her garbage can. Welcome to JojaMart. How is your weekend going? Membership is now available. With the Joja membership, you'll be able to make improvements to the community with the help of our dedicated personnel for a fee, of course. Mayor Lewis promised if anyone helps join, he'd let us turn the old community center into a Joja warehouse. I did talk to her? Okay. It's all a blur sometimes. If you become a Joja member, the community center will become a Joja warehouse and you will no longer be able to refurbish it. However, Joja will provide an alternative means of improving the town. Are you sure you want to join? Excellent. Welcome to the Joja Corporation. Come back tomorrow and we'll see about getting started on some community development projects. Oh, and don't forget your wallet. Now let me call Mayor Lewis and see about gutting that nasty old community center. It's for the good of the town. We are tearing down the community center in order to provide upgrades to the town. Whether they know that they want it or not, Joja will provide. It can be. It would depend on the thing to check is as long as the way the laptop is configured, all of the slots aren't full. Like, I don't know, man, laptops are not my strong suit, but let's say there are 2 RAM slots in the laptop and they put 2 4 gigabyte RAM chips in those RAM slots. Then to upgrade, you'd have to get rid of those and buy 2 8 gigabytes. Now, if they have 2 slots and it has a single 8 gigabyte chip in it, then you can just buy a second chip. So there's some variables there. But I mean, that's a reasonable statement. But again, laptops are definitely not my strong suit. I don't mess with laptops very much. All right, we're through all of our gold. So we have 4 more sprinklers there. So we need essentially 25, 30 gold if we can get it. Oh, we'll get diamonds. All right, how about we'll go into combat with a sword instead of a scythe? That seems a little more reasonable. But laptop infrastructure isn't something I mess around with very much. I've wanted to do an 8-player community run where we all have the starter weapon, starter pickaxe, and we just zerg our way to the bottom. Right? So we just go, and I'd probably provide food in the challenge, but go through all 120 levels with the starter equipment, just as a horde. One of these days, I want to put together some member co-op plays. It's on my list. I don't see a lot of gold. Nope, there's some up there. That'd be worth a test. It'd be worth doing a test to see, is the scythe actually better than the starter sword? That would be hilarious if it was. There's some more gold. Gold. Yeah, that starter sword is pathetic. Look. Nice. I think I played one playthrough on the Wilderness Farm. I liked it. It was a cool map. Alright, let's go ahead and get some of this ore cooking here. Yeah. In general, as a general rule of thumb, to buy the same amount of power, the same amount of performance in a laptop, it's going to be more expensive than if you bought a desktop. Because they have to make everything smaller, heat's an issue, cooling's an issue, everything's self-contained. So just as a general rule of thumb, you'll get more bang for your buck with a desktop. Yeah. So that's kind of a general rule of thumb, but now obviously any individual deal could be different, but at least that's the historic way it used to be. Hey, I'll allow a multi-line Invictus story. Alright, that is 7 more bars. So we've got 12 bars sitting there now. Alright, it's 88. Let's see if we can get ourselves to 90. Yeah, probably worth checking out for sure. Get our jade here. Okay, there's an exit, but we want to grab the gold. So. Boink, boink. I mean, there's definitely a convenience to a laptop. I'm not anti-laptop, but if I was building a gaming machine, Obsidian Edge. All right, 40 to 55. A little bit slower. It's different. We can live with that. All right, it's 11 o'clock. Let's go ahead. We're at level 90. I think we will head back so we can get some sprinklers down. We at least want to get the sprinklers in the strawberry crops because then we won't have to re-till that land. We're going to have to re-till the north side, I think, of our little plots, but the south side we should be able to. Not a computer user when you went into the Navy, huh? Home again, home again, home again. Wearing our Christmas shirt. All right, before we hit the sack here, we got 5. All right, we can make 5 more sprinklers. So we definitely want to get one in there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Now there's a good chance most of these spots are going to, or a lot of these spots will go away overnight, but any one that doesn't is just one less that we have to water. So we'll gain a little bit by doing that. And then we have one row down here that we're going to have to do manually, but that won't be too bad. That's pretty well set up for tomorrow. Yeah, those early PC games had kind of their own little niche for sure. Okay, that'll keep cranking out gold. We have our iron, we have our refined quartz, so we're in pretty good shape. That is the last day of spring. Honestly, I think we got a lot done. We're sitting in pretty good shape for into spring. Day 1 of summer. The Yarick strawberry strategy worked out well for us. We delayed some of our upgrades because of it, but I think in the long run it did us better. So, all right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. We are back. Yeah, I haven't heard Packard Bell in forever. Holy cow. That is a blast from the past there. All new crops, yep. What do we got? Joja has made an effort to become a contributing member of the community, but we can't do it without your help. If you choose to shop at Joja competitors such as Pierre's General Store, you won't have the same assurance of quality and consistency. And without your business, we won't be able to afford to contribute to as much as we'd like to local charities. Shop at JojaMart and help keep your community great. JojaMart, we value your business. All right, well, this one is now done until next spring. All right, so we're going to go ahead and pull that up. All right, that sapling will go in there. So now we do have 2 trees that we can get to. We got nectarine number 1 and nectarine number 2. Our apricot tree also can come down. Put that in there. All right. We have this mess to deal with. Well, we kept a few plots. Not as many as I had hoped. But let's get this worked on. He does want to be taken care of for sure. See? Oh, I thought he was going to come to us and then he ran away. That did look to be a bit of a squirrel moment. All right, so the number one thing we're going to work on today is obviously getting our crops ready. And that will include going into town and buying blueberries. Blueberries is where we're going to start. And then I'll probably do a second crop, or second, what you call it, the scarecrow. And we'll plant some of our other crops. But we want to get our cash crop in first. The other ones we can plant throughout the season. It's not... As long as we get the harvest done by halfway through the season, we're fine. So we'll get this set up first, and then we will go forward from there. Now, in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have planted those 2 coffee beans down there, but that's all right. It'll still work. Tiger Direct, another name I have not heard in forever. That's old school there. All right, let's see. All right, we need 4 more sprinklers to finish this up. Nothing in the old blue moon. Jordan, good to see you. How you doing? Hope you're having a great holiday. Okay. Let's go ahead and head into town. So we have 16 plots of 8. Minus 2 for our coffee beans. So we need 126 blueberries. Now I believe Joja does not sell blueberry seeds. We'll check Joja first, but plant these in the fall. Okay. Oh, thermal paste. Hey, Dr. Kanim. I'm sorry. Camino, I think. Yeah, we're pretty pro Joja. We have completed the Joja to perfection. Will this be our 4th time? I think it might be our 4th time. This time we're doing it in Stardew Valley Expanded. So I haven't ever seen the expanded storyline for Joja. So that's why we are doing that. Yeah, we're playing Stardew Expanded. So we just finished up a Community Center Stardew Expanded playthrough. And now we are going in on the Joja storyline. That's our goal now. Let's see, what are we gonna give her? Probably a carrot. What else do you like? Cauliflower cookies, cucumbers, potatoes. Yeah, I think she's gonna get a carrot. We got 10 carrots. We do have 10 cucumbers. Let's start with the cucumber. I think she liked cucumbers as well. Yep, we're good there. All right, walk away from me. What's this goopy stuff on this processor? I'm gonna clean it off. That's pretty good. Yeah, I've seen hints at some things. I'm trying to go in as blind as I can. But yeah, it's hard to avoid spoilers. Okay, we need 126 blueberries. 125. Oh, no worries on that. Yeah, anything that's just Stardew Valley Expanded, we've played Expanded, apologies. Yeah, I think the mic's picking up. There's a car horn going off outside. We played Expanded through to perfection. So we've seen all the core stuff. But no, I haven't caught the wolf snapper in this save yet. Oh, no worries, Victus, no worries. But yeah, so anything that's just general Stardew Valley Expanded, we've experienced everything but the Joja storyline. It wouldn't be for me. There's been a rash of YouTube shadow banning people that talk too much in chats. When we did the Fishmas event, a lot of people were having trouble with it. Yeah, it's like I've done, let's see, how many playthroughs have we done now? We've done, I think 5 of each, something like that, 4 or 5 of each. We've played a lot, so. But no, don't worry about spoilers. No, I'm not overly worried about it. Okay, we have our blueberry seeds. We'll worry about the other crops later. I know, right, Yoshi? That is a good question there. I think what was happening, from my understanding, is it was more about yeah, it seemed like it was happening when people were doing the going from stream to stream to stream, and it was positive supporting of people, but I think it was making people's accounts look like they were bots, and that was given a problem. Good tip, Doctor. We tend to be a hoarder, so yeah, collecting lots of stuff is not usually an issue for us. Let's see if Decon can do his math correctly here. Perfect. All right. All right. We now have 16 sprinklers, 126 blueberries, 2 ancient fruit, and 2 coffee. For the start of summer 1, I'm going to call that pretty good. That is not a bad place to be. Let's go check on the chickens. Hello, my friends. And right now the chickens are our friends because we named them after some of our stream regulars. So right now our chickens are Yarick, Victus, Amp, and Nancy. That's the chicken horde right now. All right, we need to saloon with any 2 NPCs. In this playthrough, I'm trying to be friendly or be positive with Andy. Got to admit, Sophia was a favorite in the last playthrough. I really like Sophia. Let's see. Put that in there. Put that in there. Let's see. We're obviously pushing Olivia in this playthrough. Olivia seems like she'd have good connections, so. I've always had a soft spot for Emily. Yeah. I've always kind of liked Penny. I've always kind of liked Abby. We've married Abby before. We've married Maru. We've done Krobus. In our last playthrough, we had Apples as our roommate. We didn't marry anybody. We just claimed Apples. Strangely enough, we did a playthrough where we married and divorced everybody. Nice. But when we married and divorced everybody in the game, I grew fonder of Haley than I've ever been. I like the wizard as well. I'm going to say wizard would be in my S tier. You said 2? Maybe wizard and Sophia. I like Willie too, but that's probably my 2. Let's bring that up there. Yeah, I'm trying to let the playthrough dictate which direction we go. If you're going all in on Joja, you gotta go with Morris. We did a Joja playthrough where it wasn't expanded, but we installed the Marry Morris mod, and we actually married Morris in that playthrough. Okay, let's see. Let's regroup here a little bit. Are there any other summer trees? A lot of people like Seb. Yeah, we've done a couple of full-on extreme Joja playthroughs. And vanilla playthroughs, actually. Alright, let's see. I think this cherry tree up here is now out of season. I don't think there's anything else we're going to get to up there. There is a tree down on the south side here. Absolutely, Yarrick. If everybody wants to go bookmark this link, we're going to throw Yarrick's link in the chat here. He's doing, what, 6 hours? 12 hours of Stardew Valley Expanded tomorrow? And starting from scratch. He hasn't played before. So you'll see the whole thing. Go give him a sub. Yeah, 12 hours of Expanded, so go ahead and give him a sub and check out what he has to offer. Yeah, the Frontier Farm is awesome. We did it in our last playthrough as well. Okay, we're not getting to that tree, but it's not... Pomegranate is not in season. It's a fall tree, so we don't have to worry about that. Alright. We need to upgrade our axe to get to the secret woods. That might be something we work on next. Yeah, I've got tractor installed right now. I'm not using it yet. What I'm thinking about doing from kind of a role-playing standpoint is we're going to run this farm kind of normal, right? And then what I'm thinking about doing... Oh, Hunter, don't worry about it. You're good. You're good. And then... once we expand our operations, because I installed the Grampleton update or farm section as well, I think we're going to tractor out there. So that's kind of my general thought process for this one is... yeah, it is absolutely monstrous. I didn't do anything with it in my last playthrough. So my thought process is once we expand out to Grampleton, then the tractor will be used out there. And my goal by end game of this playthrough is to basically have Grampleton covered in... I've debated either doing animals, but I'm thinking about doing Junimo huts. I could see a good tree farm out there as well. Yeah. But that's kind of the general plan. Hey, Jordan, have a good lurk. From what I heard about when Nancy played the Mare mod, it seemed really cool. I haven't tried the Mare mod yet, though. Alright, 10 o'clock. So we're going to start slowly working this green grass out of here. Where we can. And... nice. I've not done that one. That's cool. Pam probably deserves it. Alright, not too bad for a cleanup today. Oops, let's be a little careful there. We want to leave a couple tufts of grass there so that we can get the blue expansion going. I can't tell. Yeah, we still got some green there. There we go. Let's go ahead and kill that weed. Alright, let's head home. Not too bad. We got a little bit of cleanup done there. Yeah, the saga of Nancy and Morris, or Nancy and Lewis, is always fun. Okay. That'll work. There's another one called, like, Companion Squad or something like that I want to try out. It looks really interesting. But I have to find a reason to install some of the... Alright, I think that'll do it for today. 1 o'clock. Adventures Guild, Cinder Sap. Gotta go back to Haley and Emily's. Alright, not too bad. We didn't sell anything. Forgot to sell mayo. That's right. We can double up on our mayo tomorrow. Okay, let's take a look at the calendar. What time is it? Oh, we're still relatively early. I don't know if we'll get to the luau. We might. But no major events. So I think for the most part, we can go into some grind mode here. Get the rest of the farm cleaned up. Get maybe deeper in the mines. I think we're at level 90 now. So we've got another 30 levels to go there. We might hit the bottom of the mines before the end of today's stream. That's a possibility. All right, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right. Welcome back. Throw a blue chicken your way. Thanks for the sub. We do appreciate that. Every little bit helps. All right, rainy day. Doesn't really matter as much now. To our valued JojaMart customers, please be advised that the landslide blockage near the railroad will be cleared using explosives tomorrow morning. Avoid the area in case of falling rocks. JojaCo is not responsible for any damage incurred to people or property in the vicinity. We value your business. I tend to go ancient fruit. I like the regrowth capacity of it. I tend to... If I do star fruit, I do star fruit in a greenhouse, and I do ancient fruit on the island. Because once you get it planted on Ginger Island, then you never have to worry about replanting it. And just every 7 days, so once a week, you go out there and you harvest it, and I like that as a pattern, right? So I'll do a little of both, but I tend to go more ancient fruit than star fruit. Okay, let's see. We need to probably set up something on these two trees so I don't have to manually grab that every day. We'll see. All right, let's check the chickens. And then we'll have to decide, do we want to work on the farm? Or do we want to hit the mines? Or do we want to spend some money? Are we falling behind? I feel like we're falling behind on production. Maybe we need a second mayonnaise machine. 2, 3, 4... Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Throw that stuff in there. So we have 4,000. Let's do a little bit of a check here. What was on our list? Fishing pole upgrade we have not done yet. Backpack upgrade. We got that one done. Joja membership. We got that one done. Clear trees from the animal pens. That is done. Build a barn, buy cows. Gold from the mines. We got enough to get our first set of sprinklers done. Build 15 sprinklers. We did that as well. Check that off the list. 10,000 gold for blueberries. We did that one as well. Alright, so let's move the barn up the list. That's a 12,000 gold proposition. We're at 4,000 now. The other thing we could consider doing... Do we want to go get any rainfish today? Summer rainfish? There's plenty of rain that happens in the summer, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna worry about fishing right now. So mines. And then we'll probably set up a second plot over here. Yeah, let's do mines for gold. So we can set up at least 8 more sprinklers. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Enough gold for 4 right now. Let's hit the mines. Then we also need to start saving money for mine carts. Almost tempted to do mine carts before the barn. Yeah, catfish are a great catch. That's a good rainy fish. Hey, Martin. Alright, do we have... Leah wants a sunfish. Let's see. Should be able to pick up this. Come on, come on. Uh-oh. Things are gonna get trippy. I don't believe we were meant to see this. I think it's weird that we enter her dreams. Nice, Jordan. Nice. Man, I usually root for Clint. Why are you here? I think him and Emily should become boyfriend and girlfriend. Ooh. Now that's the effect they should have put on the Meow Mirror in game. That reminded me of something. Even the tiniest, blandest, simplest light holds a wonderful secret. No. No. Yeah, I'd like Clint. I don't have... A lot of people don't like Clint. I know why you're here. It's a sign. And we popped out of existence. Oh, Emily, you are a weirdo. Decon, there is something special about Decon. Our destinies will intersect. I never thought about Clint and Penny. All right, let's go see Olivia, and then we are off to... I don't think we're going to bother with that quest. And we're off to the mines. We might as well say hi to Victor. We're here. Alright, is she up here or in the cellar? Oh, she's in yoga. What do we got? 98. Yeah, we still got credit for the conversation. Alright, let's see. Give her a second cucumber. No snickering in the back there. Alright. 10 o'clock. This will be a nice early get into the mines here. And then we have to decide what's more important. Barn and cows, which makes us money. That's an investment. Or mine carts, which would make this trip so much faster. It's amazing how much just this little extra amount adds to the journey to the mines. I do like getting an early minecart. Alright, let's swap out our gear. Yeah, I've never done that one on the Marion Clint one. Good job healing that slime. Alright, I gotta get the timing of this new sword. It's definitely slower, but it does hit harder. We've also got to get pickaxe upgrade on our list. That's another 5,000 that we need to spend. Hello, Mr. Slime. Smash. Gotta love that 80 XP for the gems. Boop. Oh, what would you turn the general store into? Just hung out with the family mostly. That's a good question. If you were going to close down the general store, what would you replace it with? What would be a good... good replacement business? Well, I mean, it's already a church and a exercise facility. So if you just took the store part out, those two things could stay. You could like turn it into a... trying to think of some, not gym necessarily, but almost a replacement to the community center, right? Like a little mini community center. Did I miss one? Oh, come on. There it is. I bet you're right there. Yep. Hiding. Boop. But yeah, I think pickaxe upgrade is also... so maybe minecarts and pickaxe. This might be our next two upgrades. Any more gold? There's another one. Let us out. Give us an exit. We are having to get back to fishing though, so I'm thinking maybe tomorrow night we'll go hit fishing again. Squid ink. And then we can start working on the development projects. Geode. I don't know if I've ever made it to the last one. I've definitely hit some times when I was down to like 2 or 3 rocks left. It's like, really? Come on. Our luck isn't bad today. But there are definitely some levels where it seems like... Oh, congratulations! The 1 year... 1 year on the channel is doing really well. Well, this is definitely looking like... Oh, okay, that wasn't horrible. It wasn't good, but it wasn't horrible. Tractor mining is a riot. It is a lot of fun. Yeah, like I said, I have it installed. I haven't fired up the tractor quite yet. I've used it in previous playthroughs, so I like the tractor. Oh, let me see if I've still got... I don't think I still have the hotkey set for it. There's a mod called the tractor mod. Let's see if I turn this on. So it spawns this little tractor, and you can actually mine out stuff with the tractor. So but yeah, the tractor mod's a good one. It's special Joja technology. Special tractor technology. You can even fight with the tractor. You can kill monsters with the tractor, which is hilarious. Yeah, tractor's definitely fun. Well, we definitely got our gold ore going. Let's get that. Tractor is its own mod. So yeah, tractor is a separate mod from expanded. So you can put that on in any playthrough. I know, right? Just grinds up the monsters. But yeah, tractor mod is fun. Like I said, we're gonna employ it when we get to expanding our farm out to Grampleton. That's my current plan. All right, 97. Let's get to 100 here. All right, do we want to fight our way through this level? Get our gold anyway. Lift mod at the Skull Cavern. I've used that before, but this is just the... These are the normal mines here. But yeah, Skull Cavern Elevator is a fun mod. I like the Skull Cavern Elevator mod. I don't have it installed on this playthrough, but I have used it in the past. We used the Skull Cavern Elevator mod to get to level 10,000 one time. That's a quality dad joke there. But yeah, we used the Skull Cavern Elevator to get to level 10,000 one time. I like mods that do that, right? Mods that let you tweak on the parameters so you can kind of customize it to your play. Yeah, Skull Cavern's good about that one. Well, we're at level 99. If I have to pass out to get to 100, we will. Ooh. Nothing wrong with a good quality dad joke. Come on, give us an exit. If we come up one short here, it's gonna suck. There we go. Well, we're passing out, but we made it. Whoa. All right, let's just come right over here. This seems like as good as any place to sleep. All right, before we fall asleep, let's go ahead and clean up our production work here. Get those in there. All right, our gold's looking good now. Let's sell that. Drop off that, drop off that, drop off that. Okay, so for right now, we're gonna throw that in there. Throw that in there. Foraging, we'll put that in there. That can go there. We got a pretty good hammer. We always see always good for a joke. All right, we got the slammer. We might go over to the club. I do like the clubs. 55 to 67. Definitely slower. Very nice. That's a good reference. But that +7 defense is awesome. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. We'll keep a hold of that in case we want to switch back. I think that's everything we need to sell. That's going. That's sold. That's all okay. That's okay. That's for Gunther. Okay, we can get rid of that. We can use this hammer, we can get rid of that club. Don't need that. think we'll keep the rest of that. That I do not know. I will sell that, sell that, sell that. Alright, let's take a nap. Nap next to the fire. Alright, that should be the opening up of the railway. There was an explosion during the night. Level 7 mining. And some modest sales. Yeah, not too bad. Alright, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back, welcome back. Have a good night, Hunter. All right. What's on the agenda for today? Very happy spirits. We already know how to make an omelet. Now we gotta get a house upgrade. Ooh, that's a really good happy day. Hey, Susan! Welcome back to the valley. The owner of Emerald Farm up at the railroad. Been trapped up there alone ever since Joja caused the rock slides, so I've got a little bit of cabin fever. Happy to finally meet you, Deacon. Well, happy to meet you, Susan. Stop by and visit Emerald Farm when you have the time. Let's see. Pelican Town, 10 to 5. Cinder Sap. We need to get that done at some point. Purple shorts, huh? It's rough being you. Here we go. Let's go see the chickens. I've done that a few times. Boop, 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 boop. We have done that a few times. Well, you'll get along with Nancy. Nancy is anti-Lewis. It's called Chests Anywhere. So it is... it has a lot of configurations. One thing I like about it is you can make it so you can get to any chest from anywhere, but you can also limit your access, right? And you can shut it off in the mines if you want. I just have it set to everything right now. But yeah, chests anywhere. So what it'll allow you to do is you can name all the chests, and then you can put chests in a different category. So what we have right now, so we have different categories of chests. So like in our fishing, we've got our fish. Oops, let's pick a different one. Farming, there we go. We've got seeds and crops in there. In our storage, we've got resources, foraging, minerals. So it's kind of nice. I like it. Yeah, it's actually we're about to add a chest here, so I'll show you kind of how it sets up here. So what I want to do is I'm going to drop another chest right here. We're going to turn this one red. We're going to name this one Monster Loot. And we're going to put this in the storage category. So I'm just going to copy that out of my spreadsheet. There we go. Let's see, 100, 110, 120. This should be 130, I think. Yeah, color coding definitely helps as well. Okay, so now what I have is I've added the monster loot, and then I'm going to pull out of my general resources the monster loot stuff. And it keeps all of the settings and stuff. Like if you upgrade the chest, it keeps all the stuff, which is kind of nice. I don't think I followed the joke, Jordan. I'm sorry. Let me go back to it. Yeah, I don't know. I did not follow the joke. Okay. So now we're going to push this stuff down to monster loot. There we go. And so there's hotkeys as well. So the up and down arrows will change categories, and the left and right arrows on the keyboard will cycle through your cycle through the chests for you as well. Okay. Oh, we need to remember we still have some watering to do. So we can't forget to water our ancient fruit here. There we go. I believe so. Yeah, so left shoulder and right shoulder are the left and right arrows, and left trigger and right trigger are the up and down. So that's, and you could probably, yeah, you can change these. So you could actually set your own if you wanted to. Let's cancel out of that so I don't save that. There we go. So yeah, it's actually configurable. Yeah, it's a good mod. It's a good mod. The other one that I'm running is called Convenient Inventory. It does a few little inventory-based things as well. I think it's called Convenient Inventory. Yeah, Convenient Inventory. Actually, so farming's in good shape. Yeah, that's probably 99% of what I use it for. Is I can just run by and hit a button and stack everything. I do that quite often. Okay, well, nobody's birthday today. I think we'll head to town, we'll talk to Olivia. We'll probably run into a squid kid. Not gonna worry about that right now. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Alright, we got 20 levels left, and if we get started early enough today, with daily luck high, we might be able to get a relatively reasonable amount of levels done today. Have a good lurk, Jordan. Claire! Give away those discounts. Yeah, I usually don't mess with that too much, but I get that. And that's what I like about Stardew. Like we have a saying here, so there's no wrong way to play Stardew, right? And we don't shame anybody for anything that they do. If you like, so for instance, I do run rarely in game, but for like thumbnail creation and things like that, like I've got the CJB cheats on and a bunch of stuff like that. Oh, I don't know if I want to wait till 10. So, but we usually don't play with those on. Yeah, I don't have it on in this playthrough, but I've got it installed. All right, 15,000 for the minecarts. We're gonna have a ton of money once our first blueberry harvest comes in, so that might be when we actually buy that. That blueberry harvest actually might be good enough for not only minecarts, but maybe the barn as well. Yeah, getting to the desert's nice. I guarantee you there is nothing to be worried about, Mayor. But there is, Morris. Robin's house was struck by several rocks when the landslide was cleared. Susan was shocked by the blast. She wasn't informed of the operation. Everything is under control and we'll be fine, Mayor. And what of the garbage Joja dumps into the river, Morris? Willie, our local fisherman, says he's catching Joja CDs and cola cans. Might I remind you, pursuant to Initiative R27-01, Joja Amendment, Joja's operations here in Stardew Valley are fully compliant with the law. You tell him, Morris. I've used one like that before, I think in our Joja Extreme playthrough, but I don't know if it was that one for sure. All right, Hunter, take care. We are paving a way to greatness. I agree, Morris. I will be your boss, actually. You're just running the local JojaMart. I'm running a Joja empire. There's a difference. All right, let's go see. Let's go see if we can get ourselves to the bottom of the mine. I don't think so. I think it's going to take 2 days. That's my prediction. We're close, but I don't think we're going to pull 20. 10's doable today, though. 15 if we're lucky. Boink. Yeah, the copper's killing me right now. That'll be one of our next upgrades. Wake up! Missed. Boop, boop, boop. All right. I like that one. I've never tried it, but what I've always wanted to do was there's a mod where you get a loaner tool. So while Clint's working on your tool, you get like a starter version of the tool. So you can at least still do something. That one seemed interesting. Yeah, I've never tried it either. I've seen it, but I've never actually tried it. I've used instant buildings before on a playthrough. I think we used that one on our deserted island playthrough. Since theoretically no one could get to us. I don't think so. Sounds interesting. I gotta get my timing down on this club here. Speed difference. There's a new one floating around, not new, but it's gotten popular again, where people are, I think it's called the Tileman Challenge, where you have to buy each tile before you can walk on it. So you have to actually literally unlock the entire world. I've debated trying that one. That's a pretty extreme way to play, but yeah, it's looked crazy from what I saw. It is, yeah, it is pretty. I've seen 2 different mods that do it. There we go. What other challenge? We have a sabotage playthrough that I'm still want to put some details through and build, but that one will take a little bit longer. Boop, 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 boop. Hello, my friend. Surprise. What we probably should have done in hindsight is just went ahead and upgraded the pickaxe, spent a few days cleaning up the farm with the axe. But we're committed now. We're almost there. We'll make the bottom of the mine with the copper. Why not? And then we'll probably upgrade. Ooh, look at the gold. Let's see. That's not bad. I haven't tried that one, or I haven't seen that one. I'll have to take a look. Yeah, there's so many, man. I could play forever and not get through all the mods that I'd want to try out. I try to put together combinations of mods with some kind of a theme, so it's almost has a story or a reason behind it. That's what we normally try to do. Like when we did our superhero playthrough, we did like critter cages and multiple rings and stuff to essentially treat ourselves almost like a Batman style superhero, right? Where we could just keep gearing our guy up till we get stronger and stronger. That was fun. By the time we got to the end of that one, we were so powerful. Like, combat was non-existent. You just kind of did whatever you wanted. Well, I suppose we should explore the mine and find the exits before we start hitting rocks. What do you think? Boop, boop, boop. Hey, Bringen, how you doing? Good to see you, good to see you. Hope you had a fun and festive holiday. Merry Christmas if you celebrate such things. I don't think I've ever been this high in mining this early in the game. That's new for me. Dartboard? Nice. A dartboard can be fun. Do, 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 do. No, there we go. All right, 10 o'clock. I think we can get to 110. Might cost us some money, but we're committed now. That's what we're going to try for anyway. even if we have to pass out to do it. Okay, we can talk to the wizard tomorrow. All right. Let the search begin. Give us that sweet, sweet exit. Thank you. Space boots! Space pants. 4 and 4. Upgrade from our 3 and 3. Alright, I like the purple better than the red anyway. And we're still wearing our happy-go-lucky Christmas shirt. Got a heartworm vet. Okay, I'm not quite following. Alright, let's sell that. Oh, look at the gold. Okay, gold is fine now. Drop that off. That goes into there. That goes to Gunther. That'll go to Gunther. That'll go into our seed vault. Let's put that in the fishing. Drop that off. And we will sell our Firewalker boots. Alright, 11:40. We're going to be a little bit late getting home, but I think we leveled mining. Did we not? Yeah, or combat. Did you get a dog for Christmas? Marlon? All right, let's get ourselves home. The long trek. Every time we make this, it'll make the case for buying minecarts more and more logical. Because just popping over to the bus stop would be so much nicer. It's like an hour and a half walk home. Which is a significant amount of... or a significant distance. Yeah, the smaller animals tend not to. Okay, I think we're good. We did water our ancient fruit, right? Yep. Alright. Let's hit the sack. Level 6 combat. Chipping away at our money problem. I'll have to check. Probably got 4 or 5 days still on blueberries. That will actually solve some of our money problem. All right, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. It is Jass's birthday. Let's see. I'm thinking daffodil. We've got some gold daffodils. Sweet pea. Yeah, we can check our sweet pea. Yeah, it looks like we've only got silver of those. Yeah, I think we'll give her a daffodil. Fortune. Very happy spirits. 95 is actually pretty good. Alright, let's go check on some things. Water the dog. Water the ancient fruit. 3 days. 3 days till ancient fruit. Go check on the chickens. I see some green grass that survived. Cut that out of there. All right. That's our first large egg. Coffee's almost ready. Nice. Yeah, 10 days till blueberry, so we're not making any money there for a while. All right, let's go ahead and process those 3. And then we'll sell that one. Dump all that stuff. Jess, when do you leave your house? I do not want to spend all day waiting for you. 11 o'clock. Are you a pond person? I like fish ponds. I don't usually take advantage of them as much as I probably should. I'll normally put in a couple of stingray ponds, trying to get dragon teeth. Yarrick, friend of the channel, Yarrick, just completed a fishing challenge where he only sold fishing stuff. So I think he had 40 or 50 fish ponds by the end of it. It was pretty crazy. Yeah, I had one playthrough where I had eight Legend 2 ponds, all animal crackered. It made quite a bit of money, actually. It did pretty well. All right. I don't really want to wait till 11, Jess. You're killing me here. You are killing me. All right. Are there any cutscenes we could go and check out while we're waiting? Not really. Alright, here's what we're going to do then. We'll go down to Cindersap. We'll do some fishing while we're waiting for Jess. When Jess emerges, we'll give her her birthday gift. And what's in here? Pike. Yeah, let's go down to the river. We'll poke our head in case she has left her room. If she's left her room, we're golden. Let's got to be 9, right? Yeah. If she hasn't left her room, we'll fish until she leaves. And then we will head back to the mines. Yeah, she's still playing in her room. Alright, let's get some fishing in. Another upgrade that we need to get done, but at this point, what are we at? Almost level 6. Maybe we just wait for the iridium rod. Skip the fiberglass altogether. We've come this far. It goes so much faster, though. And then just wait for the mastery cave. I like the tackle too much. I like my trap bobbers. I've gone both. Anymore, I tend to buy them all. But we've kept putting it off because we wanted to buy other things in this playthrough so far. I've got a good feel for the bottom bounce. I like the trap because I like to chase treasure chests. Cork is good too. I enjoy the cork bobber. But I normally just run dual trap bobbers. Yeah, it's not too bad. That's, again, something I do like about the game, though, is... Oh, nice. That's a good combo. But yeah, I like that you can cater your play style with things like that, right? Alright, well, we're just gonna level fishing here. I know Jas is now out of her room. I don't know where she went, but we might as well level fishing while we're this close. Another 103. Probably 3 fish, maybe 4. Oh, this is what's killing me with no bait. Nice. That's a cool way to play. We get to about 5, and then we slough off on fishing and start working on other things. A spring legend catch is impressive. That's cool. I'm trying to think if I've ever done that. I don't think so. Do we have a chicken rave looming? Yeah, I don't think I've ever caught the legend in spring year 1. Yeah, it's a good setup for sure. I like the concept. Boing. I think we had a turret fish in one of our ponds in the last playthrough. They're pretty profitable. All right. I had the most trouble with the sharks. The shark catch for me was always difficult. All right, let's see. Rainbow trout, rainbow trout. We'll keep those. We have a normal sunfish. Chub, we have a chub. Pike. All right, we'll sell those. I think we have one of those in... Yep, that one's going to Gunther. So that one can go in there. All right, crap, what were we going to give? All right, Jess, where are you at? Looks like she's heading into town. All right, let's see if we can catch her. Well, that was longer than I wanted to spend doing that, but we did level. It's nice to level a skill. Dragon teeth can be a pain. Always kill the lava lurkers, the ones that go under the lava. They can drop dragon teeth as well. That can be helpful. Alright, that's better. Oh crap, we really should have... $350 gold. We really should have done that while we were out in Cindersap. I don't know if we're going to get to the mines today. Maybe we just go back to the farm and do some farm cleanup. Or fish some more. Make some money off fishing. Let's go see the wizard, though. But yeah, the dragon teeth can be a giant pain. Yeah, by the time we walk all the way up to the mines, we're not going to get a whole lot done. And we have to chicken rave, which we'll chicken rave in the tower. Rasmodius, how you doing, my friend? I'm glad the elementals are pleased. Yeah, let's chicken rave here. Alright, let's get the chickens fired up. Stretch out a little bit. You guys know the drill. Spam them if you got them. Away we go. All right, Emily. Let's rock and roll. Yoshi, 2 months. Thank you so much, my friend. Alright, you landlubbers. Let me see your pirate emojis. Yo ho, yo ho. Ho ho ho. Merry Christmas. Although Christmas is slowly getting over with. All right, let's get the Prairie King action going. Here we go. More Prairie King, please. Give me the yeehaw variety. All right, Sam, get that banjo cranking. Here we go. Who's playing the fiddle? That's what I want to know. Rock and roll. Nancy actually plays the violin. Awesome, everybody. Thank you guys so much. What is that, 20? 22 likes. We do appreciate that. Helps the channel grow. All right, back to our regular scheduled program. I don't think we've been in the basement yet. See if we get scolded by the wizard. This room is filled with magical books. You start to read something or other. I missed it. That's right. Whoa! What are you doing? I only allow those I trust down here. Do you not trust me? The book in your hand is over 100 years old. It outlines the magical properties of mystical crops named ancient fruit. Oh, very nice, very nice. The world holds countless mysteries waiting to be discovered and studied. Our knowledge of some of these mysteries has been passed down among magic practitioners through these books for many generations. Visitors from the town here are rare, and not one of them has been drawn to my books, Deacon. If you choose to pursue deeper arcane knowledge, I'll be delighted to assist. I choose! Perhaps one day I'll teach you some light magic, such as changing your appearance. I don't know if that's the magic I want, but... teach me how to do that teleport thing. That's what we want. Arcane potential and express interest in higher learning. I grant you permission to enter my basement. I only ask you stay away from the Shrine of Illusions and the Warp Hall. Other than those restrictions, browse any books in my collection that interest you. Don't open them too far, as it could crack the spine. Some of these books are many hundreds of years old. Now he's giving us book care instructions. We actually should start working on the wizard. Ugh! We have no friendship with the wizard. Alright, let's get the wizard some gifts going here. Alright, that helped. I'll have to check that one out. I don't think I've ever used that one. Alright, let's see. I think we're just going to fish the day out. I got everything I wanted. Which again is mostly just hanging out with my wife and kids. That's all I need for Christmas. Oh, that sounds cool. Those are some cool perks. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that one. Well, adds... See, I don't mind that, though. I don't mind a mod where it adds late game power, if you will. Got the Dorado. Buttons, extra books. Let me type that... Alright, cool. It's in my notes. Oh, very cool. Book of Carols, that's pretty good. River jelly. I do not. Nope. Just my 2 boys. I have adult children, but no grandchildren. There we go. Found our iridium spot. $7:30. Yeah, we can get a few more fish caught here. Joja. Ooh, we're close to leveling foraging as well. We might save that for tomorrow. We leveled fishing today, which means 100% energy. Then if we level foraging tomorrow, we can stay out late as well. Oh, get in the groove, get in the groove. That's where I missed my tackle, right there. Probably shouldn't have gone after the treasure chest, but we're greedy. Thrive, join us. That was a tough pike. Ooh, 9 gold though. That's useful. That pike was a fighter there. See, that one saw how much the other one fought and did him no good, so he gave up. Yeah, it is kind of different. Christmas is different with adult children as opposed to young kids, for sure. I do miss that part. Ah, 11's a pretty magical age for Christmas. Boop, 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 boop. Go Joja. I need to put my Joja icon back on my mouse. I took it off. I have the chicken. I can flash the chicken, but I took my Joja one off. About to get that loaded back up. Yeah, we haven't been putting, I need to put them back in the chicken raves as well. I've still got them all. I just moved them around so they're not as accessible as they were before. Let's see. Where is our Joja? Is it this one? Yeah, there's the Joja blinker. Morris. All right, let's see. Let's move this one over to here. Okay, can I reach that with my thumb? All right, blinks a little slower. The chicken blinks fast. I'm gonna have to check out what's different there. Let's see. How fast does this one blink? All right, there we go. And we got Thrive. Now, Thrive is blinking faster than Joja. I'm gonna have to look and see why I've got this program difference. What about that one? That one's a pretty quick blinker. All right. Thrive's not too bad. Let's grab Thrive. And, okay, let's put... Let's move that. We'll put... Ooh, that's hard to get to. Not sure if I'm going to keep that there or not. That one can go away. Alright, we got Joja back on the mouse. I've got to reprogram it, though. It should blink as fast as that chicken, and it's not. So I'll have to figure out what's going on there. Alright, that'll work for now. We can blink Joja again. Doot, doot, doot. 1040. Ooh, that's a long one. And what do we get for it? We got glasses. Probably fish till 12, 12:30. We're not that far from home. And then we can... It's okay if we go to bed late. We'll get a full energy recharge. We don't want to go to pass out, because we don't want to lose the money, but we don't have to be in bed by 12. Alright, I think here are our goals for the rest of this stream. Level 120 in the mines and minecarts. If we can get both of those things done, I think we're in good shape. I wasn't planning on the minecarts, actually. We wanted to do the membership, but I wasn't really planning on jumping into the development projects quite yet, but we probably should. Alright, we'll catch one more fish and then we're heading home. Bing. Had to be a pike. Alright, home again, home again. Eight to 12. We probably should have done that one while we were down there, but that's all right. All right, let's see. What are we sitting on for fish? Do we have 2 catfish? All right, we have a sunfish. We do. Dorado we don't have. Let's get that in there. Chub. Bream, chub, pike. Yeah, we'll keep 2 pike. That's fine. Alright, sell that. We want to turn that into refined quartz. Sell all that. All right, I think we're okay for tonight. Sorry, I didn't mean to smash you with the hammer, Jojo. Level 6 fishing. Bait maker, that's nice to have, especially when you do the squid fest or the trout derby. Yeah, I know, right? I smash so many things with the hammer. I'm right-clicking all the time and drop that smash on them. All right, 2,600, not too bad. That gets us within striking distance. I think it puts us at about 12,000. So we're 3,000 short. Yeah, 12,400. 3,000 short of the mine carts. Now we could check our inventory. We might clear up at our inventory. So we'll take a look at that when we get back. I'll see you all in a few minutes. All right. We are back. Yeah, we got Trout Derby coming up, so I want to make the bait maker by then. Let's see. Traveling cart is in town today. Displeased spirits. Not necessarily the best day to go mining. Hey, buddy. Get our 2 waterings in. All right, so that is a level, which also means we can stay out late again if we want to. Not have to worry about making it home by 12. All right, made the rounds. Let's go ahead and we sold a large brown egg. So we'll go ahead and sell the large whites, and that way we've got both of those complete for collections. All right, traveling cart lady, anything good? $600 egg. If I couldn't make them, I would buy that. No, thank you. All right, no birthdays. I don't think we're going to worry about talking to Olivia today. I think we're going to go right to the mines. Let's drop that off. Drop that off. And we'll take our bomb with us, maybe. If we need it, we'll grab it later. All right, let's roll. 750. This should get us to the bottom. We got plenty of time today. All right, what are we at? We're at 6 farming, 650 fishing. We're at 6 foraging, 7 mining, and 6 combat. That's about as balanced as we've ever been. Usually my combat and mining are about a level to 2 behind everything else. So we have definitely played different this time. Foraging is usually my one that's in the lead. I almost always finish foraging first. Maybe farming first sometimes. Because we've got some big crops. When we start harvesting those blueberries, we'll make some good XP there. Alright, we should be at 110, I do believe. Let's rock and roll. And the nice part is, I love the ice levels. So being able to, once we get to the bottom, being able to just spend our time in the ice levels instead, makes me happy. Squish, squish. Look at that, 2 exits. Can you believe it? Combat Quarterly. Read this to gain some combat experience. Okay. 250. That was a good book. Taught us that much about combat. Ooh, that's a pretty early exit. Do we want to take it? I'm glad we didn't. We got some gold and gems down here. This is like, yeah, 80 XP. Wonderful. I do love that attack. I haven't really used daggers a ton, honestly. But I do like that secondary attack with the hammer. Also, I don't know that I've ever gone to the bottom of the mines with just the copper pickaxe. This also might be a new thing for us. We're on 114. We are 6 away from the bottom. Yeah, we'll get it today. We got a nice early start today. I said that. I shouldn't have said that. This level is gonna teach us a lesson. This is gonna be, oh, you thought so? Okay. Let me have you clear every rock on this level then. With your pitiful little copper pickaxe. I'll show you to start talking smack. I have angered the mining RNG gods and goddesses. For that, I do apologize. See, just needed the apology. I'm sorry. I will respect you from now on. I did not mean to come across as arrogant, cocky, or disrespectful in any way. We must all respect the RNG gods and goddesses. They are important members of our society. Alright, that's 115, 330. We're in pretty good shape. Boink, boink, boink. Ooh, area attacks are so nice. Copper? Copper. What's the dealio? What would we get? 28 to 46. Yeah. Probably just gonna sell that. We are now getting the higher mayo though. 285 versus 190. Nice. What would we get? A fishing hat. Let's at least try it on. Alright, that's pseudo festive looking, I guess. We'll wear that for the rest of the stream. And then we're going back to our Joja t-shirt. Gotta Joja it up. Wink, wink. Here we go. I'm not gonna wait for the bat. Boink and boink. Boink. Gotcha. $119. 7:30. We might have been able to pull 15 today. Got a pretty early start. Alright. But we still have to find an exit, so let's again. Oh, there we go. So I'm about to apologize again to the RNG for presuming that we were done when we haven't found our exit yet. Again, we harbor no disrespect. We got a second exit, see? That's when you get, that's what you get when you give the RNG gods and goddesses their rightful due. Alright, so we have reached the bottom. We found a skull key. I wonder what that's for. Who knows? I don't think we popped any Monster Slayer achievements. See how close we are. Not really that close on any of them, honestly. I don't think we probably have enough there. 596. About halfway. The long trek home. Hopefully for one of our last times. Because minecarts are definitely in our future. Or at least 20, 25, 95 more gold they are. So I think we will spend a little bit of time going through our inventory. And we'll just see what we're sitting on. Alright. I think this one's going to go to Gunther. Most likely. It does not. We already gave him an aquamarine. That's great. We get to keep that one. Okay. Let's see. Nothing in here I want to sell. This is all stuff that we'll end up using at some point or another. We'll go ahead and sell that. Sell off some extra cave carrots. Horseradish. Good for Krobus. So we'll keep the 4. Get rid of that one. A couple of these are well out of season because we picked them up from the mines, but that's okay. Alright, minerals and gems. Keep 2 of those. Keep 5 of those. Keep 2. Keep 2. Keep 2. Jade we'll keep because we'll make staircases out of it. Those we'll keep because, well, I mean, eventually if the Earth obelisk, but we'll have plenty. But we're going to probably have to increase our mayonnaise machine, so we'll keep a hold of those. Monster loot, I think we're going to keep a hold of all of this. Yeah, we have to sell one of those anyway. All right. Actually, that we might want to keep. Yeah, we don't have one of those. All right. So that's just a try to sell everything moment. We'll see how much difference that makes. Don't think we've sold a quartz either. Let's see. 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. That should put us... We can see we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 things sold. That should fill in quite a bit when we go to bed tonight. All right. It's only 11 o'clock. I think let's go ahead and... maybe do a little bit of farm cleanup if we can. Actually, isn't there a cave or something there? Might have to take that tree down. We'll wait till these trees get up and running before we do that, but... we may have to clean that up a little bit. Okay, we did level. So what we can do here is go ahead and just start cleaning some stuff up. Alright, yeah, we're gonna have to get to that. Probably need to pull that tree out. I think I'll wait until we get the first... what you call it, the fur wax that you get out of it. And then we'll probably have to take that one out. Because we can't get there otherwise, because our pickaxe isn't strong enough. Although if we go upgrade our pickaxe next, we might be able to. Alright. I thought there was a cave or something back there. I know, right? Yeah. I so wanted... I'm probably going to create one barn and one coop. But then everything after that will be premium barns and coops. That's the general plan. Alright, lightning rods. $7,000, not too bad. That'll blow us past the 15 we need for minecarts. And start us on the prep for... That almost gets us to what we need for our pickaxe upgrade. Nice. Hey, Lisa, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, absolutely. It's worth the resources. Plus, it comes with an auto petter, an auto grabber, and a heater. I mean, the auto petter alone is worth it to me. I love auto petters. Although JojaMart is not as big of a deal, I guess, because you can buy them. In the community center run, those automatic auto petters was so nice. I think I had three barns and 3 coops in the last playthrough, something like that. Well, I'm glad you got some sleep, Lisa. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, let's take a look at our collections. So that's filled in quite a bit more. We needed the money anyway, so selling those things wasn't a bad plan. All right, out to work we go. Buy the shop and check out the new rods I'm selling. They're the best money can buy. Kinds of tackle. Sure thing, Willie. All right, we'll water our 2 ancient fruit out here. And we have coffee. We are fans of the coffee, at least in game. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What a great sound. We also probably should get some oak trees down, start farming resin, because we're going to want to start making kegs at some point. It's probably, maybe I'll do that over here. All right, Martin, are you coming to town today? You are? 8 o'clock. You want an orange? I'll give you an orange. If that's what you want. Seems reasonable. As a matter of fact, I will run all the way over here with it above my head. Just to show you how much I want to give it to you. Alright. Probably could have found something better, but I'm not overly concerned with Martin's friendship. Alright, chores for today. We'll start keeping our coffee beans in order to plant when we get the greenhouse. We could go ahead and go buy the mine carts today. That's definitely a plan for today. Then we need to get another 700 today somehow. Probably then go ahead and get our pickaxe going. We can make plenty of sprinklers if we need them. We do need to put in some crops. I think we need to get some more quartz going. You can, yeah. I don't have the... Oh, I mean, I have the money. It's 10,000, I think, for the first upgrade for the kitchen. I don't remember. I think it's 10,000. I don't think it's in here. Hold on, let me double check. But yeah, there are a lot of upgrades for the house. Yeah, 10,000 and 450 wood, then it's 65,000, then 100,000, and then you can start to expand it after that. House upgrades are definitely on the horizon. Okay, let's see. Here's what I think we'll do. We'll go upgrade. We'll go get the mine carts. And then we'll use the rest of the money we have to buy some seeds and plant the rest of the fall or the summer crops. Because we need to get them rolling so we have them in our vault for whatever needs may arise in the future. The fountain is stunning today. Also, we need to go to Cindersap tonight. I want to get that off the cutscene list. Hi, Deacon. Hello, Demetrius. The weather is astonishing, wouldn't you say? It's a lovely summer day on the coast, so I'm assuming it's mild. Did you know this fountain is 30 years old? It's maintained and repaired by a technician from Grampleton. Then why didn't he put the thing in the center? I guess it doesn't have to be in the center, but... Are you making progress cultivating your farm? I haven't visited it since you allowed me to set up my experiment in the cave, which I'm still thankful for. I can't get to the cave. What should I say? Robbing, constructing buildings on my farm. I'm looking into crafting sprinklers to automate watering. I've been focusing on honing my combat skills and fishing. I don't think I did that one. I think I did this one in the last playthrough. Honestly, we've been doing that a lot more in this playthrough, so it's not a lie. Let's go with that one. I ran into Marlon recently and he told me you're an Adventurers Guild member. You must show promise as a skilled swordsman. Hey, I got a hammer. Glad you're doing fine here in Stardew Valley. Owning a farm is a lot of work and may be overwhelming at times. Speaking of Stardew Valley, good segue, Demetrius. Do you know where our valley gets its name? Does our valley get its name from space stuff? Because star and dew something? I don't know. Where does the name come from? Well, it does come from the space stuff. Full on Vulcan, Nancy. Full on. Let's let him think he's smart. He's either Vulcan or a long-lost relative of Sheldon Cooper from The Big Bang Theory. Both very similar personalities. Allow me to tell you. Oh, I thought that'd make you happy. You get to educate me. 1,000 years ago, a huge meteor shower periodically bombarded the specific area of the Ferngill Republic. How did a meteor shower target a particular area? Of course, back then, the Republic didn't exist yet. The meteors were so plentiful that their trails looked like fibers stretched across the sky. The meteorites looked like tiny drops on the trails, like morning dew on a spiderweb. So our ancestors called these showers the silk dew of the stars. When the Ferngill Republic was first established 150 years ago, the Admission Union named this valley Stardew in honor of our ancestors. Have you ever wondered why your crops are always healthy? Or why they're so easily bear high-quality produce? That's because of the meteor shower. The soil in the valley is extremely fertile. It has an abundance of nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. There's also a high concentration of minerals present in the soil, including zinc, manganese, boron, iron, sulfur, cobalt, copper, magnesium, and so on. You can grow just about anything with ease thanks to the fertile soil. It's the reason so many farmers have established their livelihood in Stardew Valley. Dude, there's like 4 of us. Although I guess that is a high percentage of the population. You talk way too much. I can't do it. Can't do it. We are a PR representative of the Joja Corporation. We must make Demetrius think his opinion is valued. I am happy you know more about the valley and where you live. The combined effects of science and history have made Stardew Valley a fascinating place. Well, thank you, Demetrius. Look at the time. I didn't mean to keep you so long. That's all right. I have the ability to stop time while we chat. I'll let you get back to whatever errands you were running. Have a fantastic day. You too, my friend. Okay, yep, Cindersap is still on our list. We did all of that and Martin didn't even make it to work. Does anyone have an extra red snapper? I don't believe I do. Mayor Lewis listened to the number of my suggestions to improve the town. He's really a good, very good mayor. I love how much this place is beginning to feel like home, sweetie. You starting to feel that way for you too? Well, Marlon's out and about. What are you doing, buddy? We just received a new stock of weapons. Did you? I wish that were true. See if we can make him late for work. I think he still made it. I tipped Gus 800 gold for my drink the other day. He mentioned Selena isn't doing as well financially because our people aren't paying their tabs. Nice gossip. Gossip. All right, time for Joja to step up. Repairs the minecart system that runs between the bus stop, the mountains, and Pelican Town. Yes, please. Oh, hello. May I help you? Nope. All right. Let's see. Melons, I think we have. Yeah, we have 9 melon seeds. 1 star fruit. 5 summer squash. Okay, so we don't need to buy melons. Which is nice, because those are on the little bit higher side. Now these we should have actually planted earlier because they're regrowth, but we were saving our money. Blueberry we got plenty of. Same on these, but we're not doing these for profit. Now a trick that we'll probably do is you can plant wheat seeds. If you don't want to have to replow out all of your crops, you can just plant wheat seeds at the end of the season, let it die. Because it's only 10 per plot, essentially. So that would cost us, what do we have, 128? So 128, about 1,200 gold. And it would save you having to replot or re-till up your land and stuff like that. If you've got the money, it can be a nice little way to deal with that. Peppers, wheat, all right, radish. Corn. Now that one will grow into the fall, so we want to keep that somewhere else. I don't think we're going to have enough for sunflowers. Okay, everything but sunflowers. So when we make our next chunk of money, when we sell most of this stuff off, we'll buy sunflower seeds and get those done as well. All right, let's head home. I hope we're not having mushroom casserole tonight. Okay. That doesn't actually sound too bad. I like a good mushroom. Alright, so how many do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plots. If we put it right there. Oops, we need to go up one. There we go. That'll give us a strip. I'm pointing at the screen. That red strip down the center. We could put another set of sprinklers in there if we wanted to grow some one-off crops. Actually, let's put it there. That's even with the, yeah, that's even with that one. If we don't overlap it, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put it there. I like that. Okay. Then what we need to do is map out I think it's this square right here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Perfect. Wow, that's actually pretty good clay drops for just working out here in the normal area, if you will. Collect ourselves some hay as well. All right, let's see. Our regrowth crops. Tomatoes and peppers. We'll put them right up here in the corner. All right, spangle doesn't regrow. Poppy doesn't regrow. Hops do. All right, let's go ahead and build those so we can plop that down in there, and then we can close that off. There we go. Okay. Doesn't regrow, doesn't regrow. Corn does regrow, and it regrows for 2 seasons. So I think we'll put it up at the top. Flowers, flowers, radish and wheat. 12 days. Let's put our wheat in there. We've got 12 days. And 12 days on those. 6 days, 2 things of flowers and corn. Let's see, corn's a regrow. So let's put it up here at the top. Our radishes next to that. And then I think we'll put our 2 long-term crops in right here. And that just leaves our 2 flowers. poppies and spangle. Alright, well, we did a forego of our upgrade to our pickaxe. Because that was where the money was about to go. Until we decided to get all this done. But one of our RP mandates, if you will, is to make sure that as a duly appointed representative of Joja Corporation, that if anybody ever needs anything, like a crop or a flower or a gem, that we are able to provide it to them. So we kind of needed to get the rest of these crops in before it got too late in the season, especially the 12-day ones. That's almost 2 weeks. So we'll get this all watered in. Now we could have just left it and it would have the sprinklers would have caught it the next day. But that means you lose a day of growth. All right. These are a little trickier because they're on trellis. And you can't walk through a trellis by default. Now there are mods that allow you to do that. I've never run a trellis mod. Okay. Everything there is covered. We're covered there. We're covered there. I think we are in good shape. Not too bad. Farm looks good. Farm looks good. We also nabbed quite a bit of clay there. Surprisingly. All right, we're making actually gold mayo. I believe gold mayo is good enough for the luau. Let's double check that, but we're going to throw that in there for right now. And I think we can use that for the luau. And then that will give us 120 friendship with everybody in town. Let's see, gold. I know our cauliflower works. Mayonnaise. Yep, gold mayonnaise, which we are in possession of. All right, so we'll keep that out. It's 285 for that. Farming is 288, about the same for the gold cauliflower. So we'll keep the cauliflower in case we need it for something. The mayonnaise, we can make as much mayonnaise as we need, so I'm not worried about that. Beautiful. Well, it's 9:30. Let's go continue working this. I think the next thing we need to do is just probably start clearing this out. And then getting ourselves maybe a tree farm planted out here. We need to start getting resin because eventually we're going to want to roll ourselves over into kegs. in order to make, starting off, we'll start making coffee. And then eventually roll that into wine production, but at first that'll be our coffee. And then that also jump starts then our ability to make friends really easily, because most of the villagers like coffee as a liked gift. And it basically gives you an endless supply of liked gifts. Plus, I missed the speed boost. Triple shot espresso speed boost is almost mandatory. And we did level foraging first thing this morning. So we'll go ahead and push our luck. Alright, so what I think we'll try to do here is clear this northern, above the road here, right? So I'm taking these trees out down here just so I can see the road. Now, obviously, we don't have the equipment yet to take out the big rocks. I think next stream our goal is going to be to upgrade the axe and pickaxe. Really, we just need the money to do it. We've got the... we might have to make a trip down into the mines. Because our iron's probably getting a little bit low. We probably have 10 bars, though. Which is all we would need. You know what? We only have 300 gold. Yeah. We're almost broke. So we're just going to pass out. They can charge me the 30 or 40 gold, whatever it's going to cost me, to carry me back home. As a matter of fact, I'm going to consider it a luxury. I'm so lazy that I'm just going to stand over here and let you carry me back to my house. What do you think about that, Joja Corp or Linus or whoever does it? All right, Joja. Good work. I know. If you pass out on your farm, you should just sleep in the dirt. Take the energy hit and sleep in the dirt. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. All right. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. I think we'll get through one more day tonight, and then we'll launch fresh tomorrow in the second week of summer. So let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's get rolling here. Okay, we didn't get an anomalous rating, which means no green rain. We're not going to worry about... I don't think we're going to leave the farm today, honestly. Hey, Marlon. Stop by the guild when you have time. Guild needs to speak with you about something important. I guess we will leave the farm maybe today. That might be the... yeah, see, 34 gold. Well worth passing out. Alright. All we should have to deal with now is our ancient fruit. Which there's our first ancient fruit harvest. Beautiful. And we're just going to store that for right now. That is probably the mine carts on the farm here, I would guess. Alright, what do we have? Acorns. I think we're going to plant those. Alright, let's check in on the chickens. Other than that, I think we're going to work on the farm. Ooh, 20. Oh, we're going to be one short. $14.99. Look at that. Almost a level farming. Didn't quite pull it off. Alright, let's pop back out here for now. Custom Jenkins house. That is either Olivia or Victor. There's a lot of rocks in this area, though. What are you? Okay, if we can work you into the system, we will. Because I do want to plant some oak out here. There. Probably could. I mean, I guess we could not chop these oak trees down, but... I'd like to get this gridded out so that it's easier to automate. Boink, boink. Rock, stick, moss. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna flash a blue chicken just to check something. I'm getting... Okay, that's working. There we go. Weird. Keyboard got all funky there. I couldn't move for a second. Alright, we are back in business. It was somehow linked to the food, so it's like it got confused that we were trying to eat. Woody secret. One thing farm clearing does do for you is help your foraging experience quite a bit. So I don't know if our foraging's behind necessarily. No. That's about as even as I think I've ever had my skills. 6, 6, 6, 7, 6. Farming's about to go to 7. I don't think we'll get to 7 foraging today. We're doing okay, but I don't think we're going to clear that much. We'll see. But yeah, I'm not thinking so. Yeah, about this time of night. I mean, for me, it's almost 2 a.m. We got a lot of people who lurk at this time or fall asleep. I'm sure a number of people are asleep. But I just keep going. But it does get a little bit quiet. Alright, unfortunately we can't get to that until we upgrade our pickaxe. It's one of my bots. That's the other one, Lisa, for sure. Yeah, a lot of people are playing as well, so they're not chatty. But yeah, DG is just one of my bots. Okay. Let's clear this out. I think we'll start right in this corner. So how many acorns do we have? We'll go 1. Okay, that's 9. Now 1 should go there. So we're just going to leave it blank for right now. Okay, that actually worked out not too bad. Once we can clear the rocks, we'll clean that out a little bit more. I'm happy with that. That's not too bad. Okay. Let's see. What do we got going here? Felled trees have a 5% chance to yield double wood. I probably should have read that earlier before cutting all those trees down. But that's okay. Alright, I think we should maybe go see Gil today. And he's going to give us a quest, which I don't think we have near enough materials to finish, but we'll at least get it started. That's what I think it is. I might be wrong. I've only have one playthrough of Expanded, so I can't say I'm as comfortable with all the Expanded stuff as normal vanilla, but I think I know what that one is. So now what we're going to do is we're essentially just going to clean the path next. So we'll be able to get around over here if we want to. So we'll start with this left vertical and work our way from there. Traveling cart. Honestly, I don't know if there's much we need from the traveling cart. Now on the plus side, we got our minecarts done, which means we can just pop out and see Gil without much issue at all. Alright, I think just... I know we're not getting as much wood as we could, but we're going to have so many seeds that I'm not worried about that. Okay, so we got a vertical there. Let's go ahead and go out and see Gil. See what we have for that. And then by the time we get back, we should be able to hit the 8 o'clock. Ooh. Jenkins' house. Is that... Are the Jenkins Olivia and Victor, or is that... the Cindersap house? Olivia. What's your last name? Who lives in the house? To the city. Olivia Jenkins. Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. Let's go ahead and run into town then. Because I think 8 o'clock, as long as we get there by 8 o'clock, we'll be able to get that cutscene. Then we'll go see Gil. Then we'll go to Cindersap. Oh, I love the music. Hello, sweetie. I was listening to Haruhi Kyoko. She's a famous Gatoran violinist. Aren't we at war with them? I miss listening to her live on the radio. There's a magic to live music that recordings don't capture. Once I went to see her perform with an orchestra. She was magnificent. When the war started, radio broadcasts from Gatoro were blocked in the Ferngil Republic. I hope nothing terrible happened to her. I can't in good conscience say she's doing well. Holy cow. I'm hopeful she's overcome this. My family is from Gatoro Empire. My mother and father immigrated to the Ferngil Republic. I have family and friends there, trapped and unable to leave. I worry for their safety. I don't know if they're okay or not. It's impossible to call or write to any of them. Well, you and Kent should get along great. I have heard rumors of what's happening. I don't want to believe any of it. I need a glass of wine. I don't know if that's the best way to deal with your problems, but okay. Here's something you've never tasted, Deacon. Ring fruit wine, aged 30 years from the Fern Islands. Don't make me tipsy. I need to move quick. Gulp it. Slam it. You can do it. You may have met Suki, the traveling merchant. She visits the forest on weekends to sell goods from Gotoro. It's sad. The only way we can get anything from home is buying smuggled goods. She took a sip. We're going to slam ours, I bet you. I purchased a rare Gotoran china dish from her a few weeks ago. It's from a particularly ostentatious pattern I put in the display in the kitchen cabinet upstairs. I wonder, where did that set come from? What family sold it off piece by piece so they could afford to eat? There we go. There we slammed it. What should I say? I'm glad she helps you stay connected with your home. What's happening is terrible. Her daughter just turned 6. Suki's shown me pictures and she's absolutely precious. Hope I can visit next time she's in the valley. Her drinking form is much more sophisticated than ours. Suki occasionally gives me insider information. It's not always what the news here tells us. How was the wine? Hopefully I'm not tipsy. It's rare and expensive, but having nice things doesn't matter if you can't share them with those you care for. Wow, she's gotten friendly. I'm sorry, Decon. This conversation has given me grim reminders. I need to be by myself. Okay. Oh, I put my arm up. I should have teleported. Edward, I miss you. I think that's her husband. Or ex-husband, or widowed husband, if you will. Where are we at friendship-wise with Olivia? It's got to be pretty high. Close. Alright, while we're here, we'll say hi to Victor. News said the Ferngale Republic Investigation Agency wants to clear-cut forests here in Stardew Valley. The agency strongly believes they can find magical artifacts that will turn the tide of war with the Toro Empire. That wizard in the tower isn't allowing them to proceed. Well, way to go, Rasmodius. Alright, I think it'll be quicker. We pop down this direction. And we'll hit the mine carts. Slip out here and see Gil. What's up, Gil? A little birdie told me the mine carts on your farm are out of order. Yep, this is what I thought it was. I used to work in these tunnels myself when I was a young lad. I know a thing or two about those rugged trolleys and can fix them up good for you. That'd be nice. I need 24 refined iron and copper bars to fix the wheels. Marlin will drop off a storage chest east of your farm. I'll get your carts working again, or was an adventurer? I'm getting mixed up. Actually, we're pretty close to having that, I think. We burnt through a lot of iron, though. Alright, we're only 2 short on the iron. So 24, I think he said, right? 24. 2 short on the copper, 2 short on the iron. That's not going to happen. That probably won't happen. Oops, there was somebody else in there. Let's at least say hi. Cordelia. Camellia our witch sent me here to seek an audience with Marlin. You know he's a legend where I come from. The lava katana. Tempting. I don't have 25 grand, but we have that one, so. Well, we need 2 more bars, so it's 10 ore. Let's go ahead. It's only 8 o'clock. While we're here, let's go ahead and just drop into the mines. See if we can get lucky. Not a good spirits day. But really, we just need to find 3 or 4 nodes. How about we switch over to an actual weapon? Yep. Yeah, we made it to the bottom now, so we can go wherever we want. So now we're just looking for copper. And then we'll drop down and try to find some iron, but the spirits are not on our side today, which is not helping us at all here. Yeah, we might just... Well, there's a node. That's 4. That's 3. Okay, what does that put us at? Okay, that's the 2 copper bars that we need. That'll get us to... Yeah, that'll get us to 24 copper. $10.30. Let's go ahead and drop down now to the ice levels. How do I know that the chat's going on? I've got the chat basically right in my eye line, so I can read the chats as they pop in. I get an audio notification as well in my headphones. You guys won't be able to hear it, but that way I don't miss chats. So it's a combination of those things. I catch most things. Occasionally I'll miss something. Actually, that's enough iron. Let's grab this extra copper. Yeah, we're not staying. Oops, clicked out of the window. Okay, now we have the mine carts, so we can save us that long run home. Hi, Claire. It's something worth working toward. Well, good luck with that. All right, at the beginning of the next stream, we'll be able to repair the mine carts if we want to. Because we got the 24 there, let's go ahead and move the iron in front of the gold. And that'll get us to 24 there. We have another scroll for Gunther. We're 1 short. We've got 1, 3, and 2, I think. I don't think we have 4 yet. All right. Let's get the mayo sold. That's probably about it, honestly. We didn't make a lot of money, but we got a lot of work done. So we're setting up a lot of things now for future, right? Like we're planting fir trees, we're planting oak trees, we're trying to get all that stuff in place so that when we need those resources, we don't have to start gathering them. We'll just start stockpiling. That's the plan. All right, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right. Welcome back. I'll go ahead and do a quick preview of tomorrow's stream. We are starting on Monday. We have the luau upcoming. We've got Gus's birthday. We've got Maru's birthday, and we've got Alex's birthday. We'll probably get to Sam's birthday. I'm going to guess we'll get to the 18th or 19th. I think we'll shoot for the 19th, and then we'll kick off the next stream on the 20th. That'll probably be our plan. Somewhere in that time, we will most likely get what they call the green rain. I'm going to guess that's going to happen in the next stream as well, so we'll have that hit us. We didn't get to Cinder Sap, but that's okay. We got a lot of other stuff going on. I want to thank you for being such a sweetheart and listening to me the other day. I know it can get a little maudlin when I have a few glasses. Next time we have a drink, I'll tell you about some of the marvelous places I visited. It's easy to forget the world outside of the valley sometimes, but I have plenty of stories to share. Okay, so what did we accomplish? We got a backpack upgrade. Oh, there we go. So we got our second line there. We got our Joja membership. That is done. It's okay. It's not enough to support myself, so, but it's okay. It buys some toys and stuff like that. We got the Joja membership done. We cleared the trees from the animal pens. We got that done. We got enough gold to build out our sprinkler system. So we now have 16, 20, 24, 25, 26 sprinklers. Now we're about to burn through our iron. So we're going to have to go get more iron here, but gold is going to be fine. So that will be cranking out. Build the sprinklers. We got the blueberries. So that's all blueberries except for those 2 coffee plants down there at the bottom. We have 2 ancient fruits. And then we have every fall crop planted, except for sunflowers. And we'll get those a little bit later. Okay. We still need to get our fishing pole upgraded. We still need to build a barn. We still need to buy cows. We need to unlock the greenhouse here pretty soon. We need to unlock the desert. I don't know if we'll get both of those done in the next stream. We do need to tapper oak for resin. We'll get that going. We'll tapper fir. Let's check on our... It's like this is a little plant that we have for fir wax. So we'll eventually tapper all those trees out as well. I might just wait. I'm going to try to leave this one, I think. I might wait until we get our pickaxe upgrade, because then we can crack that and get into the cave behind that tree. And not have to take the tree out. We did get a start on our oak resin farm out here. So these are all oak. And then we'll tapper those when they grow in as well. We'll probably continue to clear this southern section and let it go to bluegrass. Also work out over here. I'm not sure yet. I'm tempted to do the greenhouse next because then we can start planting coffee. And coffee makes us lots of money. So this we need I think the gold pickaxe to remove that. So I have to decide. We'll decide in the next stream what we want to upgrade. Because by then we should also get, when our first blueberry harvest comes in 6 days. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So on Sunday, when this hits, we'll have money again. That's going to be a nice big harvest. So that's when we'll probably have to decide what upgrades we're going to do. Yeah, the plan tomorrow is I'll probably go like 4 to 6 for the members only stream tomorrow. And then we'll do our normal 8 o'clock Stardew stream after that. That's kind of the general plan right now. So, okay. I think that's a good list. let's go ahead and I could pop it up in the wiki, but let's just go see where we want to spend our money. Because we also have 10 grand that we need to spend on axe and pickaxe upgrades as well that we really should do before too long here. Pause. There we go. Game had to think about something there. All right, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Let us in. Greenhouse is 35, bus is 40. Man, I don't know. Don't know if I'm going to get either one of those in the next stream. If you get to the desert, you can buy star fruit. But without the greenhouse, that doesn't do us a lot of good. So I think we might start working towards the greenhouse. I think greenhouse, barn, cows, and tool upgrades. We're going to have to decide which of those we want to prioritize. Really, that's kind of what we'll work on. I don't know if we're ready for the greenhouse yet. I think it might be barn, cows. Let's get cheese going. Maybe even upgrade the coop and get 4 more chickens. Get that infrastructure built. And then work our way to the greenhouse. Because we need more money coming in. We'll have to wait and see just how much we get from blueberries. Let's do a quick little... Alright, they sell for 55 gold. Do we get 2? Is it 2 blueberries per plant? I can't remember. Let's see, blueberry seeds. I don't think it's 4. Drops 3. Okay, there we go. So we planted 126. We get 3 berries per bush. And then we get 55 per. So it's 20,000-ish for the harvest, for just the blueberry harvest. Not counting our other crops, but... And we'll get 700 to 1,000 a day. So tack another 6,000 onto that for mayonnaise. So we're going to be at about 27,000 by the end of the week, plus other crops. So 27,000, and that also doesn't count, that's just at the base price. We'll get a little bit more if we get golds and silvers. So that puts us close to the greenhouse, actually. Okay, it might be doable. And then blueberries after that. Blueberry. And then every 4 days. So we should be able to get 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. We should be able to get 2 blueberry harvests in by the end here. Which means I think we'll have enough for our tools and greenhouse unlocked. So I think that'll be the plan. Okay. I'm going to be extremely lazy here because we're not going to save this. So we're just going to zoom our way home. That's why we wanted to get those blueberries in right away, so we get as many harvests in as we can. So. And then we will make some more runs to the mine, because we need, if we're going to upgrade our tools, we need another 10 bars, so another 50 iron for that as well. Too bad you can't skip a level. Just go straight to gold, but... Alright, what do we got here? 9 days on tomatoes, 3 days on peppers. Corn, radishes will pop. Those will pop. That'll pop. Yeah. we'll be able to sell some of that. We're going to keep a lot of that. So, all right. Well, another successful day. We got a lot done. Again, we're only in the first week of summer, and I think we're making some really good progress. So let's go ahead and say that should do it for us today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas. Merry Christmas, happy holidays to you and yours. Let's open up. Oh, close that. There we go. Thank you so much. We'll leave you like we always do. Thank you for making gaming a positive influence in your life, in my life, and in showing that gaming can be a source of good. That is something we do believe in. We will leave you like we always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Be a part of a gaming community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Thank you for being a part of our community. I do 100% appreciate each and every one of you. We'll go ahead, and I think we're going to pop over. We've got Cozy Cow playing Stardew, so some more Stardew action. It's her first time playing, so it's fun to see the perspective of a newer player. So we'll drop Decon Raid when we get over there. Other than that, have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, or night, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody.